Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Fractured Reflections. Mirrors reveal monstrous truths. The night shift had a way of swallowing time whole, like a second, slower heartbeat pulsing beneath the day's frantic rhythm. I worked at the mirror factory, rows upon rows of glass panels stretched out on conveyor belts, catching the harsh light and reflecting it back in fractured glints. The machines hissed and clanked, their gears grinding with a mechanical patience that matched mine. I had done this shift enough times to know the rhythm, check the panels for imperfections, handle each mirror with care, and keep an eye on the controls. Nothing ever surprised me. Until that night. The break room was my first stop after clocking in. The coffee was cheap and lukewarm, but it had the faintest trace of burnt caramel that made it bearable. I sipped it slowly, watching the pale gray light outside the small, grimy window. It barely filtered through the thick factory walls, casting long shadows that pulled like ink on the cracked linoleum. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, the bitter taste of caffeine doing little to steady the slight tremble in my hands. "Hey, Jake," came a voice, low and gravelly. I turned toward the doorway. It was Mark, our shift supervisor, his face pinched from too many sleepless nights and a bad habit of chewing on his bottom lip. The stubble on his jaw was uneven, and his eyes, usually sharp, looked a little glassy tonight. "Morning," I muttered, though it was well past midnight. He shrugged. "Quiet as usual. You getting used to the night hours?" I nodded. "It's fine. Just different." Mark glanced at the cracked mirror hanging crookedly on the wall behind me. The reflection was off, distorted, like a funhouse mirror. I blinked. That was weird. I hadn't noticed before. The edges of his face looked stretched, the corners of his mouth twisting like a bad painting. He caught me staring. "Don't mind that thing," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Old glass. Won't be fixed any time soon." I forced a smile, but the image stuck with me. Later, when I passed it again, I swore the mirror's surface rippled slightly, as if it weren't quite solid. The thought made my skin prickle. The factory floor was colder than I remembered, the ventilation system coughing out stale, recycled air that smelled faintly of machine oil and damp concrete. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and started my rounds. The mirrors moved steadily on their belts, catching the dim light and doubling it back in shards of fractured reflections. I wasn't alone. A handful of others shuffled through the shadows, their faces pale, eyes tired. There was Lily, who usually hummed under her breath but tonight was silent, staring down at the glass she was inspecting with a furrowed brow. And then there was Tom, his lanky figure hunched over a stack of finished mirrors, fingers twitching restlessly. Something about their reflections caught my eye. Not just the usual mirrored image, but wrong. Lily's face in the glass seemed pinched, the corners of her mouth sagging too low, eyes sunken deeper than they should have been. Tom's reflection flickered, like a cracked video feed. When I looked up at him, he caught my gaze and quickly looked away, a faint flush creeping up his neck. I shook my head, blaming the exhaustion. Working nights for weeks did strange things to you. My own reflection in the glass was sharper, more alert, or so I thought. But then, a shiver ran down my spine, and the face staring back at me seemed to hesitate, twitching in that same subtle way. I found Mark again near the polishing section, his hands trembling slightly as he wiped down a mirror. "You ever notice how these things never quite show the whole picture?" he said, without looking up. "Come again?" He gave me a crooked smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. "Sometimes, what you see isn't what's really there. Not in here," he tapped his temple, "but in the glass. It's like the mirrors catch the cracks in us. I laughed nervously. Sounds like you've been working too many nights. He shrugged, but didn't meet my eyes. Maybe. The hours dragged on, each minute thick and heavy. The factory's dull roar was punctuated by the occasional clink of glass, the soft thud of mirrors landing on padded surfaces. The overhead lights flickered intermittently, casting brief shadows that darted and twisted like living things. I found myself glancing at the reflections again, unable to shake the creeping feeling that something was off. At one point, I caught myself staring at my own eyes in the glass, searching for the tremor I thought I'd seen. My skin prickled, and my throat felt tight. Was I losing it? Sleep deprivation? The endless sameness? When Lily passed by, I noticed her reflection lingered a fraction too long. The smile she didn't wear stretched strangely across her face like a mask slipping. She caught me looking and blinked rapidly, like she was trying to clear her vision. I wanted to ask if she was okay, but the words stuck in my throat. I took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang of the air, and forced myself back to the workstation. The mirrors continued their silent procession, each one catching a fragment of light, a slice of reality, and maybe something else. By the time my break came around, the factory felt colder still, the silence heavier. I sat alone on a cracked bench, the rough plaster wall pressing against my back. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, breaking the stillness. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 2:30 in the morning. Halfway through the shift. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but the quiet isolation settled over me like a familiar weight. The reflections haunted the edges of my mind. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was exhaustion. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the mirrors were showing me something deeper than cracked glass or tired eyes. Something broken, lurking beneath the surface. And then I saw it again. A flicker. A distortion. Not in the glass, but in the shape of Tom's shoulders as he bent over his work. For a moment, his reflection looked raw and twisted, like a photograph smeared with wet paint. I blinked hard. His face was normal again. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. Something was shifting in the night, and I was standing right in the middle of it. The factory smelled like cold metal and stale sweat when I came in the next night. I rubbed my arms, the chill cutting through the thin jacket I'd grabbed on the way out. The plaster wall near my station still felt rough under my fingertips, a little comfort in the emptiness. I tried to shake off the images from last night, the distorted reflections that hadn't just been tricks of the light. I knew better now. Those glitches in the glass weren't accidents or faulty mirrors. They were cracks. Cracks in the minds of the people around me. I wasn't sure when the idea had taken root, but it felt real. Too real to ignore. When Tom finally showed up, his face was drawn tight, pale under the harsh lights. He didn't say much at first, just grunted a greeting. His usual easy smile was gone, replaced by a kind of tautness that made me uneasy. "Did you finish the Jensen order?" I asked, nodding toward the pile of mirrors stacked near his bench. He shook his head, voice low. "Not yet. I'm behind." His eyes flicked to the wall-length mirror nearby, but he looked away fast, like he didn't want me to see his reflection. I caught it anyway. The same distortion. His shoulders hunched in a way they shouldn't, as if gravity was pulling him down harder than it should. "Tom," I said, "what's going on?" "You look fine." He cut me off, but his voice cracked on the last word. "Just tired, that's all." I didn't press it. I knew exhaustion here was a slow poison. The night shift was brutal for everyone. The factory's isolation, the endless repetitions, the cold fluorescent light, it wore you down until you barely remembered who you were at the start. But Tom was different now. I could see it in the way he moved, how his hands trembled slightly when he picked up a mirror. It wasn't just physical. Something inside him was fraying. I decided to watch him, carefully, throughout the night. Every time he glanced at the mirrors lining the walls, his reflection twisted for a moment, jaw slackening, eyes empty. Like he was staring through himself, past the glass, into something darker. I wasn't sure if anyone else noticed. I tried to catch Sarah's eye once across the room. She was wiping down a batch of frames, her face pale and drawn. When I looked at her reflection, the distortion was there too, her smile stretched too wide, eyes too hollow. Later, I found myself standing near the break room, the air smelling faintly of burnt coffee and cleaning solvent. I caught Sarah alone, perched on a stool, staring blankly at the floor. "You okay?" I asked. She blinked, frowning. "Yeah, I guess." Her voice was brittle. "Just this shift, it's killing me." I nodded. "I've noticed something strange about the reflections. Like they're showing more than just what's real." She laughed, but it wasn't funny. "You mean like ghosts?" "Come on." "No, not ghosts. People. The way they look in the mirrors. It's like the reflections are breaking apart, showing what we don't want to see." Her eyes flicked toward the mirrored wall, her face tightening. "You think we're all losing it?" "Maybe. Or maybe it's the exhaustion, the isolation. The factory does things to you." Silence stretched between us, thick and uncomfortable. The distant sound of a clock ticking, the sporadic clang of metal against metal, and the hum of machines filled the space. I left her then, uneasy but needing to keep moving. Back at my bench, I pulled out my phone and jotted down notes, trying to organize my thoughts. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces fit together. Everyone on this shift was unraveling, their minds cracking under the weight of the night. The mirrors weren't showing lies. They were revealing truths. I glanced at the glass in front of me. For a moment, my reflection flickered, a half-smile twisting into something like a grimace. I jerked back, heart thudding. That wasn't me. Not really. Tom came over a few minutes later, his voice low. "You're watching too closely. It's not healthy." I looked at him, surprised by the edge in his tone. "What do you mean?" He hesitated, then whispered, "If you start seeing what I see, you'll understand why some of us don't want to look at the mirrors at all." His words hung in the air like smoke. The rest of the night passed in a blur of whispered conversations and stolen glances. I caught glimpses of others of Mark, who kept rubbing his temples as if trying to erase a headache, Lisa, who avoided the mirrors altogether, her back to every reflective surface. There was a shared exhaustion, a collective break in the facade we presented during daylight hours. By the time dawn crept through the factory windows, pale and weak, I was certain of one thing: this wasn't just about tired eyes or bad lighting. We were all fractured, our minds splintering in the silence between the shifts. The mirrors were just showing what we tried to hide. Walking out into the morning chill, I felt the weight of it pressing down on me. And as I turned back toward the factory, I saw a shadow move behind the glass, a figure standing still, watching. But when I blinked, there was no one there. I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out what was real anymore. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold but from the flicker of something unspoken lurking just beyond perception. The factory loomed behind me, a monolith of rust and forgotten dreams, its windows like dark eyes watching me back. I tried to shake off the feeling, but the silence had taken on a new tone, less empty, more expectant. I pulled my coat tighter and started walking down the cracked sidewalk, ears straining for any sound besides the distant hum of the city waking up. A sudden clatter made me jump. An old metal trash can had been knocked over by the wind, scattering debris. Nothing supernatural in that, but my heart was still hammering as if I'd seen something I wasn't meant to. Turning the corner, I spotted Marla fumbling with her keys outside her cramped apartment. Her eyes, usually sharp and laughing, looked tired today, maybe haunted by the same ghosts I just left behind. I hesitated, then called out softly, "Marla, you okay?" She looked up, startled, then forced a smile. "Yeah, just long night." I nodded, sensing there was more beneath her words, but didn't press. We stood there for a moment, two shadows in the dawn, both aware that what we faced wasn't just in the factory walls but inside us. As I continued down the street, a sudden movement caught my eye, a man in a dark coat slipping into an alleyway. He paused and glanced back, his face obscured by a low hat. Something about him mirrored that shadow in the window, watchful, waiting. I debated following but decided against it. Whatever was happening, I was tangled in it deeper than I wanted. Still, the thought gnawed at me. Were these shadows just tricks of light, or were they warnings from a fractured mind, or worse, from something else entirely? The day stretched ahead, but the weight in my chest promised it wouldn't be ordinary. And as the city stirred awake, I realized the mirrors hadn't just reflected our fears, they had awakened them. The man in the dark coat disappeared into the alley before I could make sense of him. I stood there, breath shallow, ears straining for any sound beyond the distant hum of traffic and the occasional bark of a restless dog. The morning chill bit through my jacket, sharp and unyielding, as if the night itself were still holding its breath. I shivered, though the cold wasn't the real reason. I kept replaying the distorted faces I'd seen in the factory mirrors. Not just reflections, but fractures, snapshots of something breaking inside. Marla's haunted eyes, the way her smile faltered. And now the man, somehow linked, though I couldn't say how. I wanted to believe it was just exhaustion, or maybe my mind twisting things after too many sleepless nights. But the truth was creeping closer, and I could smell it in the stale air, feel it pressing against my skin like a second skin I couldn't shrug off. I walked slowly past Marla's building and back toward the factory, the streets still mostly empty except for the occasional early riser. The sky was pale gray, the sun just starting to burn through the clouds, but it felt like the day was already too far gone. The factory loomed ahead, its windows dull and lifeless, the metal siding stained with years of neglect and grime. It looked like a place forgotten by time, trapped in a loop of never-ending shifts and unseen wear. Inside, the smell hit me immediately, a mix of chemical polish, old dust, and that faint, sour tang of sweat and desperation. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, buzzing like a swarm of angry insects. I ran my fingers along the edge of a workbench, the rough wood splintering under my touch, and tried to focus. I needed to find out what was happening, what was twisting all of us into something unrecognizable. I found Marla near the assembly line, eyes fixed on a shard of broken glass that caught the light like a shard of ice. She didn't look up when I approached, just muttered, "You shouldn't have come back so soon." "Neither should you," I said quietly, feeling the weight of my own words. "What's going on, Marla?" This isn't just tired eyes or bad dreams. Her hands trembled as she crushed the glass in her palm, fingers white and tight. It's all of us. Every one of us. The long nights, the silence, the isolation, it's eating us alive. The mirrors don't lie. They show what we're trying to hide from ourselves. I swallowed hard. You mean the reflections? They're real? Not just tricks. Real, she whispered, voice cracking. But not like ghosts or monsters. It's us. Our minds breaking down. The factory's like a pressure cooker, and the mirrors reveal the cracks. I saw John yesterday. His reflection was twisted, like he was melting from the inside. But when I talked to him, he acted normal. Like nothing was wrong. I thought about John, the quiet guy who kept to himself. Had I missed the signs? The way his smile never reached his eyes. The way he sometimes stared off into nothing, like he was caught in some private nightmare. Why won't anyone leave? I asked. Why don't we get out before this gets worse? Marla looked at me, eyes dark and tired. Because there's nowhere else. The city's changed. Everyone's scraping by. And this job, it's all some of us have. Even when the mirrors show us breaking, the thought of leaving is worse. It's like admitting defeat. Her words sank into me like cold water. I knew she was right. The factory wasn't just a workplace, it was a trap. A slow, grinding machine that chewed us up and spat us out, but none of us had the strength to fight back. I glanced around, noticing the other workers scattered like ghosts among the machinery. Their faces were pale, eyes hollow. Some stared into mirrors, others avoided them entirely. The quiet was heavy, filled with unspoken fears and regrets. Suddenly, a sharp noise snapped me out of my thoughts, a glass panel shattering somewhere down the hall. Heads turned, but no one moved. The sound echoed, loud and raw, filling the space like a scream. I felt a rush of panic, the old metal trash can from last night flashing in my mind. Go check it out, Marla said, voice low but firm. I can't. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. As I moved toward the source of the noise, I passed a row of mirrors and caught my reflection. It looked back at me, eyes wide and unblinking, but the face was slightly off, too sharp, too hollow. My skin seemed stretched thin, like a mask about to tear. I shook my head. No, this wasn't me. Not really. The broken glass was in the storage room, scattered across the floor like jagged teeth. John stood there, hands shaking, staring down at the mess he'd made. His reflection in the shattered panes was a nightmare, fractured and shifting, eyes wild and desperate. He looked up as I approached, lips trembling. I didn't mean to. I can't take it anymore. I stepped closer, heart pounding. It's okay, John. We all feel like that. He laughed, a short, bitter sound that didn't reach his eyes. You don't get it. None of you do. The mirrors, they don't just show the cracks. They make them worse. They pull at the broken parts until there's nothing left. I swallowed again, the room suddenly too small, too suffocating. Then what do we do? John shook his head. I don't know. But I'm done pretending. He turned away, shoulders slumped, and the weight of his despair pressed down on me like a physical force. I wanted to reach out, to say something that would fix this. But there was nothing. No answers. Just the cold certainty that something had shifted between us all, something irreversible. Back in the main hall, the flickering lights dimmed, casting long shadows that seemed to breathe and move. The man in the dark coat from last night, was he watching? Waiting? Or just another fragment of my unraveling mind? I didn't know. But I did know this. I couldn't turn back now. The factory had claimed us, piece by piece, reflection by reflection. And whatever came next, I was trapped inside it. The mirrors weren't just showing us breaking. They were the last witnesses to our collapse. And I was staring right into the abyss. The flickering lights barely held the darkness at bay. Every time one sputtered out, the shadows crept closer, swallowing corners of the factory I'd never really noticed before. I stood in the main hall, the stale scent of machine oil and coal plaster pressing against my nostrils. My hands trembled, fingers twitching like they had a mind of their own. John's words echoed in my head. I'm done pretending. Something between us had cracked open, and the silence that followed was heavier than any noise. A low hum started in the back of my skull, a mix of exhaustion and something worse, something like dread tangled with disbelief. I wanted so badly to shake it off, to tell myself this was just fatigue, a trick of the night shift and too many hours staring at glass and mirrors. But I knew better. The reflections were lying. They had been all along. I forced my legs into motion. The factory's echo was a slow, uneven heartbeat, my footsteps clattering on the concrete floor, machines groaning in the distance, the faint scrape of metal against metal. Somewhere, a pipe rattled, and a dog barked far off, sharp and sudden in the quiet. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin, and walked toward the break room. The door creaked open, revealing a dim space cluttered with cold coffee cups and scuffed chairs. It smelled like burnt toast and stale sweat. I wasn't alone. Mark was there, slumped over the table, eyes half closed, his pale face lit by the flickering glow of a cracked fluorescent bulb. But even before I spoke, his reflection in the window caught my attention, the way his mouth twisted slightly, the skin around his eyes puckered as if he were hiding a scream. I blinked. No, that wasn't right. The reflection was wrong. Mark, I said, voice hoarse. He looked up, startled, like I'd caught him doing something he shouldn't have. Hey, he muttered, voice thick with sleep or something else. You look like hell. I snorted, but it felt hollow. You don't look much better. He rubbed his face, fingers trembling. I can't keep doing this. Every night, the same nightmare. Not the dreams, no, not dreams, but what I see when I look down the hall. People. It's like they're breaking. Not just tired or stressed. Something's wrong inside them. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his words settle. This wasn't just me. Or John. We were all falling apart, and the mirrors had started showing it first. Have you told anyone else? I asked. Mark shook his head. No point. They'd call me crazy. Or worse, look at me like I'm the one falling apart. Yeah, I said, voice barely above a whisper. That's exactly how it feels. We sat there in the dark, the silence between us thick and uneasy. Then Mark's gaze flicked toward the mirrored wall opposite the table. Look. He pointed. I followed his finger, heart skipping. The reflection of the break room was there, but it wasn't quite right. The chair next to Mark's reflection was bent, twisted like it had been crushed by some invisible weight. His own image flickered, face melting into something jagged and sharp-edged, like broken glass. God, I breathed. It's like the mirrors are showing what's inside us. Not just what we look like. Mark nodded. Fractures. Mental fractures. The isolation, the exhaustion, the endless nights. They're breaking us. I swallowed hard. The factory wasn't just a building or a job. It was a trap. A slow, grinding machine that didn't just manufacture mirrors but shattered the people who made them. Suddenly, the overhead lights blinked violently, plunging us into near darkness. The hum of the machines dropped to a low, threatening growl. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and fast. A man's voice called from the far end of the hall. Hey! What are you two doing here? It was Sam, the supervisor. The thought chilled me to the bone. His footsteps echoed sharply as he approached, the sound of his boots scraping the floor like a warning. Mark and I exchanged a quick glance. Just taking a break, I said, forcing calm into my voice. Sam stopped, eyes flicking to the window and the distorted reflections. You shouldn't be here. You know the rules. I felt the heat rise in my chest. We're all breaking, Sam. You see it too, don't you? His jaw tightened. This isn't about seeing things or breaking. It's about keeping the line. If you're not careful, you'll lose everything. Or someone will lose you. His words hit me like a slap. I wanted to shout back, to argue, but the truth was raw and ugly. We were all teetering on an item edge, and no one wanted to admit it. Sam turned sharply and left, the echo of his boots fading into the labyrinth of machines. Mark exhaled, wiping his damp forehead. "He's scared," he said. "Scared and angry." I nodded. "We all are." The night stretched on, the weight of the factory pressing harder against my chest. I caught glimpses of more distorted reflections, Jenna's eyes hollow, her smile cracked, Carl's posture bent, as if carrying a burden no one else could see. Each one a silent screen frozen in glass. I thought about John. About how he'd given up pretending. I wondered if I was next. Then the lights flickered again, longer this time, and a cold draft slithered through the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I shivered, feeling the walls close in. The mirrors didn't just reflect our faces anymore, they revealed our fractures, the invisible splinters lodged deep within our minds. I wanted to look away. To run. But I was rooted in place, staring into the abyss, knowing I was part of it now. And the man in the dark coat was still out there somewhere, watching. Waiting. For what? I didn't know. But I knew it wasn't going to stop. Not until we all shattered completely. The lights finally steadied, no more flickers. I glanced toward the assembly line. Empty. Jenna's station was vacant, her tools scattered like she'd left in a hurry. Carl's chair was pushed in neatly, but I doubted he'd come back tonight. John's coat hung on the rack, a silent accusation, a ghost of what he'd been before he gave up pretending. I tried to shake off the unease crawling up my spine. The distorted images, the cracked smiles, the hollow eyes, they weren't hallucinations or some trick of the mirror's surfaces. They were cracks in us, the fractures in our minds laid bare by exhaustion and isolation. I'd seen it now, the factory's true reflection. I stepped toward the break room, the floor cold beneath my shoes, the faint hum of the ventilation system the only sound. The bitter taste of burnt coffee lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence, a reminder of nights spent trying to stay awake, trying to hold ourselves together. I poured myself a cup, the bitter liquid grounding me in the moment. My hands trembled slightly as I lifted the mug. I didn't want to be next. Not like John, not like Jenna or Carl. But the truth was, the longer I stayed, the more I saw those fractures deepen, not just in them, but in me. I rubbed my temples, the ache settling like thick fog. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate. My heart stuttered, but I kept my face neutral. "You're still here," I said, voice rough. It was Carla. She looked more tired than I'd ever seen her, her eyes sunken, her reflection in the glass door behind her twisted like the others. But she managed a small, sad smile. "Didn't want to leave it all behind," she said, voice barely above a whisper. We sat across from each other at the small table, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. Silence stretched between us, heavy and uncomfortable, the kind that settles when two people know too much but don't know how to say it. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," she admitted, tracing a circle on the table with her finger. "It's like the factory eats away at who we are. I see it in the mirrors. I see it in us. I see it in myself." I nodded, swallowing hard. It's not just the work. It's the isolation. The endless night. The way we pretend we're okay because we have to. Carla's eyes flicked to the glass wall separating the break room from the production floor. I think it's breaking us. Not just physically, but the part of us that holds everything together. Her words echoed my own fears. I could almost feel the weight of all the fractured minds pressing against the glass, waiting to shatter. We sat there for a while, two broken reflections in a dimly lit room. The silence was less oppressive now, more like a truce. "I'm going to tell management," I said finally. "They need to know what this place is doing to us." Carla looked doubtful. "Do you think they'll listen? Or care?" I wasn't sure myself. The factory was old, and so were the systems that ran it. Human lives meant less than quotas and deadlines. But I had to try. For John. For Jenna. For Carl. For Carla. For me. The next morning, the sun rose weak and pale, casting long shadows over the empty parking lot. I stood outside the factory, the bitter chill in the air biting through my jacket. I clutched the report I'd written, detailing the psychological toll the night shift was taking on everyone. Inside, the factory was quieter than usual. The usual hum of machines was replaced by a hollow stillness, as if the building itself was holding its breath. A meeting was called. Faces I recognized, management types, HR, the company doctor, gathered in the small conference room. I laid out what I'd witnessed, what I'd felt, the reflections that weren't reflections but warnings. There was skepticism, of course. Stress is part of any job, the HR rep insisted. "Maybe you're just tired." "Call it what you want," I said, voice steady despite the knot in my stomach. "But people are breaking down. This factory is breaking us. We need support, counseling, changes to the shift patterns, something." I saw a flicker of something, concern, in the company doctor's eyes. It wasn't much, but it was something. In the days that followed, small changes began. More frequent breaks. A counselor visiting once a week. Management promising to review the night shift schedule. It wasn't a cure-all. The mirrors still hung on the walls, still reflected us as we were, fractured and tired. But the cracks didn't seem quite so sharp, at least not at first. For me, the change started inside. I stopped looking for distorted reflections. I started looking for the person behind them, the person who was scared, exhausted, but still fighting. I visited John's apartment once, after he left the factory. The place was sparse, shadows pooling in the corners. He was quieter than before, but he smiled when he saw me. "I'm trying," he said. "Trying to put the pieces back together." That's what we all had to do, I realized. Piece by piece. Some fractures would never fully heal. Some reflections would always be a little off. But acknowledging the cracks was the first step toward repair. I still worked the night shift from time to time, but never alone. We formed a small group, watching out for each other, sharing the weight. The factory didn't stop demanding, but we stopped pretending we were invincible. One night, I caught Jenna's reflection again, her smile real this time, faint but genuine. Carl's posture straightened when he thought no one was looking. Carla's eyes lost some of their hollow edge. I let out a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding. The factory remained a place of shadows and echoes, but we were no longer just reflections in the glass. We were people, flawed and fragile, but alive. And maybe that was enough. Story 2, Hidden Tenant, Secrets Beyond the Veil. The first night I moved in, the apartment smelled like old paper and cold rain. I wasn't expecting anyone. I'd met my roommate, Max, earlier that day, just a quick handshake in the cramped, sunless lobby of the building. He'd smiled with an awkward kind of charm, his eyes darting like he was always scanning, always looking for something beneath the surface. That smile stuck with me, but not for the usual reasons. There was something off. Something that made my skin tighten in a way I couldn't quite explain. "Hey," he said as he stepped into the dim hallway, his voice low but steady. Settling in okay?" I nodded, trying to sound casual. "Yeah. Just tired from the move." He glanced at the door and then back at me, that same flicker in his eyes. "It's not much, but it's home, right?" I shrugged. "For now." The apartment was smaller than I'd hoped, thin walls, a creaky radiator that clanked like a bad cough, and a single flickering bulb in the kitchen. I unpacked my boxes while Max busied himself with his laptop at the tiny kitchen table. The sound of his typing filled the space, a constant tapping that somehow made the silent apartment feel less empty. After a while, I caught myself whispering to the ceiling, mostly to keep the quiet from swallowing me whole. I don't know why I do that, talking to myself when no one's around. Maybe because the apartment had a way of making the walls feel too close, like they were drawing in on me. "I don't want to be here alone," I said softly, barely above a breath. It was stupid. I knew it. But the words felt like I'd just dropped a pebble in a still pond, watching the ripples spread out in the dark. Max looked up from his laptop, eyes sharp and unreadable. "What was that?" he asked, voice casual, but I caught the flicker of something in his gaze, like he heard more than he let on. I shrugged and made a half smile. "Nothing. Just talking to myself." He nodded slowly, then went back to typing, but the room felt colder. The kind of cold that isn't about temperature, but about the way silence stretches too long between two people who don't really know each other yet. That night, I lay awake listening to the city's muted chorus, the distant hum of traffic, someone shouting far off, the occasional clink of glass. I tried to ignore the feeling that something was watching me. Not in a monstrous sense. More like a shadow that clings just outside your peripheral vision, refusing to be ignored. The next morning, over burnt coffee that tasted like bitterness and old memories, Max showed me his party trick. We were sitting at the kitchen table, the sunlight finally creeping through the grimy window, casting long, uneven shadows on the peeling wallpaper. "Watch this," he said, leaning forward with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Just tell me something about yourself. Anything." I raised an eyebrow. "Like a secret?" "Sure. Or something you wouldn't normally say out loud." I hesitated. It felt too easy, like setting a trap for myself. But curiosity won over caution. "All right," I said, voice low. "When I was a kid, I used to hide in the closet just to hear my parents fight without them knowing I was listening." Max smiled, but it was the kind of smile that felt like a slow unfolding, like he was pulling at the threads of the story I'd just offered and seeing the fabric beneath. "You always felt safer there, didn't you? Like being invisible was better than being caught." I blinked. "How did you?" "Just a guess," he said, waving off the question, but his eyes narrowed slightly, like he was testing the air between us. It was unnerving, but also kind of fascinating. I laughed, a little too loudly. "Okay, your turn." He looked away, tapping his fingers on the table. "I'm not great at secrets. More of a reader than a sharer." That night, I caught myself whispering again. Not to the ceiling this time, but to the dark corners of my room. "I don't want to mess this up. I can't afford to lose this job." It felt like a prayer, or maybe a warning. The next day, an email landed in my inbox. From HR. A polite but firm reminder about punctuality and professionalism. Nothing dramatic. No reason given. Just the kind of message that makes you second-guess every minute you spend staring out the window instead of working. I glanced at Max over breakfast. He was scrolling through his phone, eyes flicking up briefly. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, but my voice betrayed me. There was a tightness in my chest I couldn't shake. The timing was too coincidental. Too precise. Later, I found myself avoiding the kitchen when Max was there. There was something in his presence that made me want to hold my words tight, like they could spill out and get caught in his net. I started leaving the door to my room cracked open, just enough to hear if he was near, just enough to catch the faintest sound of him moving through the apartment. One evening, I came home earlier than usual, the air heavy with the damp scent of impending rain. The apartment was quiet, too quiet. I dropped my bag by the door and headed to my room, but the door was ajar. My heart stumbled. I pushed it open slowly. Max was sitting on the bed, eyes fixed on the floor. He didn't look up. "Hey," I said, voice cautious. He didn't respond right away. Then, quietly, "You think the walls have ears?" Something in the way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. "What do you mean?" He finally looked up, eyes dark and unreadable. People say things when they think no one's listening. But sometimes, someone always is. I blinked. That sounds like some bad thriller. He smiled, but it was the kind of smile that didn't quite reach his eyes again. Maybe. Or maybe it's just the truth. I wanted to laugh it off. To tell myself I was imagining things. But the apartment felt colder that night, the shadows longer, and the silence heavier, like a weight pressing down, waiting for a crack to slip through. I didn't know what to make of Max's words, or his strange ability to guess the things I never said out loud. But something told me this was only the beginning, and that the secrets I thought were mine alone might not stay that way for long. The night dragged on, thick and heavy, while Max's words echoed in my head like a secret rhythm I couldn't shake. Morning came sluggishly, gray and damp. The rain had started sometime after midnight, tapping against the window pane like a nervous, impatient guest. I sat at the kitchen table with a lukewarm cup of coffee, the bitter taste pulling me upright just enough to think. The place smelled like old wood and a faint trace of mildew, with the stale scent of leftover beer cans from the night before lingering in the air. Max was already up, standing near the sink, washing a chipped mug with slow, deliberate movements. His back was to me, but I caught the way his shoulders tensed when I cleared my throat. "I've been thinking," I said, trying for casual, but my voice cracked. "About what you said last night." The words tasted strange, like swallowing cold ash. He turned, eyes narrowing just a fraction. "Yeah. You said people say things when they think no one's listening." I hesitated. "Do you mean you actually hear them?" "Sometimes." Max shrugged, but the movement was tight, controlled. "Not always. But sometimes. You'd be surprised how many conversations happen just outside your door, or in the hallway, or even through the walls if you listen close enough." I blinked, trying to read his face. He didn't look like he was joking. Not this time. "Walls have ears," I muttered, recalling the phrase. "You really believe that?" He gave a slow nod. "I don't know what I believe, but I know what I've noticed." Then, quieter, "You might want to be careful what you say when you think you're alone." The words sank into me like cold water. I sipped my coffee, tasting bitterness mixed with something metallic on my tongue. A warning, maybe. Or a threat. I wasn't sure. I spent the day half listening to Max, who was oddly quiet, as if he was holding something back. When he did speak, it was in fragments, like he was testing my reactions more than sharing his own thoughts. He asked about my job, my real job, and I gave vague answers, deflecting. I didn't want to admit how precarious everything was, how close I was to losing the contract that kept me afloat. I wondered if he already knew. Later, when he left the apartment for a few hours, I began poking around the living room. Max's side of the room was neat, almost obsessively so. Books lined the shelves in perfect rows, mostly psychology and sociology titles, with some crime memoirs tucked in. A notebook lay open on the coffee table, filled with neat handwriting and what looked like observations or notes. One phrase caught my eye: patterns and confessions, verbal slips reveal true fears. I closed it quickly, feeling exposed, like I'd stumbled into something private. I tried to shake off the unease and decided to test the theory. Alone in my room, I whispered a secret, something small, but true. A tiny confession about a lie I told at work that week. My voice was barely audible, swallowed up by the hum of the radiator and the rain outside. Afterward, I waited, heart thudding. Nothing. Just silence. But when Max returned, his eyes caught mine with something unreadable. "You're hiding something," he said simply. No anger, no accusation, just certainty. I wanted to deny it, but the words stuck in my throat. "It's nothing. Just work stuff." He didn't press. Instead, he tilted his head, studying me like a puzzle missing a piece. "You'll have to be more careful. Things slip out when you think no one's listening. And sometimes, those things come back in ways you never expect." The evening passed with a tense undercurrent. Max was distant, almost clinical, but occasionally his gaze flicked toward me with that unnerving intensity. I found myself watching him too, trying to catch the moment when he might reveal how much he really knew. Was it just instinct? Or something else? Sleep was restless. The rain had stopped, but the air felt thick, like the apartment was holding its breath. I kept hearing faint sounds, footsteps in the hallway, a door clicking gently shut. I told myself it was just the building settling, or neighbors moving about. But my skin prickled, and I pulled the blanket tighter, wishing the shadows would stop creeping closer. The next day, I noticed subtle changes. My phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. The message was short, cryptic: "We know." I stared at the screen, mouth dry. Who was we? What did they know? And how had they found out? I wanted to throw the phone against the wall, but I couldn't. Instead, I pocketed it and went about my day, senses heightened. Every glance from Max felt heavier, every silence more loaded. At work, I caught myself double-checking emails, conversations, even the way I walked down the hallways. It was as if invisible eyes tracked my every move. That evening, I confronted Max again. "Did you send that text?" I demanded, voice low but steady. He sighed, leaning back in the kitchen chair, fingers steepled. "I don't have to," he said. "There are people interested in what you're hiding. You've been careless. And those people? They don't need me to tell them. They hear, just like I do." I swallowed hard, the metallic taste returning. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. "Who are they?" I asked. "What do they want?" Max's eyes darkened, and for a moment, I saw something flicker, warning. "Regret. That's for you to figure out. But the clock is ticking. You're running out of time." The room seemed to close in on me. The faded wallpaper, the chipped paint on the windowsill, the quiet hum of the fridge, it all felt suddenly alien. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear. But I stayed, rooted by a mix of fear and stubbornness. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant murmur outside the window, felt like a signal. I kept replaying Max's words, trying to untangle the meaning. Sometimes, someone always is listening. Was it really just a party trick? Or had I stepped into something far darker? By morning, I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to find out who was watching, who was listening, and why. But every step I took deeper into the mystery felt like walking blindfolded over thin ice. And somewhere, just beyond the walls of the apartment, secrets whispered back. The next morning, the sunlight sneaked past the threadbare curtains, casting thin stripes across the cracked linoleum floor. I dragged myself out of bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. The apartment felt smaller now, suffocating somehow. Even the faint hum of the fridge sounded sinister, like a low murmur conspiring against me. I was supposed to find out who was listening. But every corner I looked into seemed to swallow the light instead of giving answers. I paced the living room, running my fingers along the chipped paint of the windowsill. The texture was rough, peeling in places, and I imagined Max's eyes flickering with some unreadable secret every time I touched it. What was he hiding? Or was it me? I couldn't stop thinking about the whispered confessions, the way they had slipped out like poison in the dark. If Max could read me that well, if he knew those things I couldn't bear to say aloud, what else was left uncovered? I reached for my phone, thumb hesitating over Max's contact. I told myself I'd ask him more, but then I remembered the warning in his voice, the kind that doesn't invite questions. Instead, I put the phone down and started rifling through my old notebooks, hoping for some clue in my own messy handwriting. Anything that might explain how a casual game had spiraled into this. The scribbles were mostly nonsense, reminders to buy milk, names of songs I liked, fragments of dreams. Then, halfway through a page, I stopped cold. There it was. A note I had written a few months ago but had completely forgotten. No one knows about the call I got. No one must ever know. My hand trembled as I read it again. The call. From who? When? Why had I never told anyone? I sank onto the couch and pulled my knees close, the fabric rough against my skin. The room was silent except for the faint ticking of the old wall clock, and outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street. The air smelled faintly of dampness, like the building itself was exhaling. I had to admit something. I was terrified. Not in the usual way fear grabs you, but the kind that seeps into your bones, making every breath shallow and sharp. Then my phone buzzed. I jumped, almost dropping it. The screen showed a text from an unknown number. "We don't want you to run." My fingers froze. I swallowed hard. Was this a prank? Or had Max's warning already found its way into the shadows around me? I wanted to delete the message, to pretend it didn't exist, but my thumb hovered. I typed back, "Who is this?" No reply. I stared at the phone, the screen's cold glow the only light in the growing dusk. I wanted to call Max, to ask him everything, but the words stuck in my throat. What if this was all connected? What if asking questions only pulled me deeper? I thought about leaving the apartment, packing a bag and disappearing for a while. But something stopped me. The thought of running felt like admitting defeat, and besides, where would I go? The city was a maze, and someone was watching. Somewhere, surely, they'd follow. That night, I stayed up, the message burning in my mind like a brand. I paced again, this time with more urgency, knocking my knee against the coffee table. The dull thud echoed. I ran my hands through my hair, tasting the bitterness of anxiety. My eyes flicked to the door, half expecting it to open on its own. Silence. Complete silence. The next day, I confronted Max. I found him in the kitchen, making coffee with that calm, unreadable expression. The smell of the dark roast filled the cramped space, mingling with the faint scent of old newspapers stacked on the counter. "I got a message," I said, voice tight. "From someone who says they don't want me to run." Max didn't flinch. He kept stirring his cup. "And what did you say?" I asked who it was. No answer. He nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the swirling liquid. You're in deeper than you think. I pulled up a chair, my fingers curling around the edge. What does that mean? Who's behind this? Max finally looked up. His gaze was sharp, calculating. It's not just about you. It's about everything you've said, everything you've shared. That call you mentioned? The one you thought was private? It's not private anymore. My stomach clenched. How do you know about the call? He shrugged, but there was no humor in it. Because I know what you don't want to admit. Your secrets aren't secrets anymore. They're currency. And you've just spent most of yours. The room seemed to tilt. I had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. Why me? Why now? Max's eyes darkened. Because you're the one who whispered. Because you thought no one was listening. But someone always is. I swallowed hard, the weight of it pressing down. The clock was still ticking. There was no turning back. Later that evening, as the sky turned a bruised purple, I found another note slipped under my door. The paper was thin, almost translucent, and inside was a single sentence, written in neat, deliberate handwriting. We know your secret. Now, we own your future. My hands trembled as I held the note. The air in the apartment had grown colder, the shadows longer. I wanted to scream, but I was silent. Trapped. I realized then that the truth wasn't just a thing to be uncovered, it was a trap. And I was caught. The point of no return had passed without me even noticing. Outside, a car passed, its tires splashing through a puddle. The sound was sharp, sudden, and then gone. I pressed my back against the cold wall, eyes darting to the window. Somewhere out there, someone was watching. Waiting. And I was theirs now. The room was suffocating. Outside, the street lamp flickered unevenly, casting ragged shadows that danced with the night wind. Somewhere far off, a dog barked a sharp, lonely sound that made me flinch. What time was it? Midnight? 1? I didn't know anymore. Time had lost its shape, stretched thin like the fragile paper I held. The apartment smelled of damp wood and stale cigarette smoke, remnants of long-gone tenants who'd left their ghosts behind. I didn't move. I didn't dare. If someone was watching, waiting, then any sound, any movement could betray me. I closed my eyes, trying to will the noise of my breath into silence. But it wouldn't stop, too loud, too ragged, like a warning siren lodged deep inside my chest. I remembered the whispered words from earlier. The confession I thought was private, the one I muttered when I thought no one was listening. How naive I'd been, thinking secrets could be safe just because they were spoken in solitude. I'd always been careful. Careful to lock doors, to avoid looking behind me when I walked home at night, careful not to trust easily. But the one place I thought was mine, the apartment, my sanctuary, was no sanctuary at all. The flick of the hallway light overhead went off and on again, the buzzing hum settling into a low thrum. I swallowed hard, my throat dry enough to crack. My hands still trembled. I clenched the note tighter until the creases bit into my skin. I had to know who was behind this. Had my roommate Dean gone this far? Or was this some stranger, someone who had been listening all along, waiting for me to slip? I stepped back, careful not to make a sound. The apartment felt alien, like a cage with invisible bars. The air was thick, heavy with a kind of dread that settled in my bones, twisting and turning like cold fingers. I slipped into the kitchen, the floorboards creaking underfoot. I could feel my heart hammering in my ears, drowning out everything else. The fridge hummed steadily, a dull drone that made the silence around me almost unbearable. I opened it, hoping the cold air would calm me, but I only found a half-empty bottle of water and a carton of milk, both long past their expiry date. I closed it quickly, the smell of sour milk hitting me like a slap. I needed to think. I needed to act. My phone was on the kitchen table, glowing faintly in the dim light. I reached for it, fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped it. No new messages. No missed calls. Just the time, 12:47 a.m. I stared at it, willing anything to happen. But my mind spun in circles. The note. The whispered secret. The feeling that I was unraveling, thread by thread. I thought of Dean. Of his smile that never quite reached his eyes, the way he watched me sometimes, like he was reading the lines beneath my skin. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but the fear twisting in my gut stopped me. What if he was the one who slipped the note? That realization felt like a punch to the stomach. So many questions. None with answers. The sharp knock on the door jolted me out of my spiral. My breath caught, and I froze. Whoever it was must have known I'd be awake. The apartment grew colder, the shadows longer, the silence thick with threat. "Who's there?" My voice was barely a whisper, cracked and uncertain. No reply. Just another knock, softer this time, almost hesitant. I edged to the door, every nerve screaming at me to run, to hide. My hand hovered over the lock, the metal cool and unforgiving. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear through the barrier. A voice, low and calm, slid through the crack beneath the door. "You know what's coming." The words sent a shiver down my spine, sharper than the chill in the air. I stepped back, heart pounding so loud I was sure anyone outside could hear it. I wasn't just a target anymore. I was prey. The phone buzzed suddenly, the sharp vibration against the wooden table making me jump. I grabbed it, eyes wide. A new message from an unknown number. "Tell Dean everything you whispered, or you'll lose more than your future." I stared at the screen, the words burning into my vision. Cold sweat pulled at the base of my neck. The room seemed to close in, the walls breathing, tightening like a noose. Dean's face flashed in my mind, his casual grin, the way he tilted his head when he was curious. Did he know more than he let on? Had he been playing me all along? I felt a twist of betrayal, sharp and bitter, but beneath it something darker, fear. Not of Dean, exactly, but of the unraveling truth he represented. I needed to find him. Now! I grabbed my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and slipped out of the apartment, locking the door behind me. The hallway was empty, the dim light flickering as if warning me to turn back. But I didn't. I had to confront this, face whatever was coming. The air outside was cold and damp, the city holding its breath under a veil of mist. Streetlights cast pools of orange light on the slick pavement. I pulled the collar of my jacket up, the damp smell of rain mixing with the distant scent of burnt coffee and exhaust fumes. I dialed Dean's number, my fingers trembling. It rang twice before he answered, voice casual but with an edge I hadn't noticed before. "Everything okay?" he asked. "No," I said, voice tight. "We need to talk. Now." "Sure," he said, voice low. "Meet me downstairs." I hung up, heart racing. As I walked toward the building's lobby, my mind raced through the possibilities. What would I say? How much could I trust him? The note, the messages, the voice at the door, none of it made sense yet, but it all pointed to one thing. Dean and I were entangled in something I didn't understand. The elevator ride down was endless. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with tension. When the door slid open, Dean was waiting, leaning against the wall like he'd been expecting me. His eyes caught mine, sharp and unreadable. "You're scared," he said quietly. I wanted to deny it, but the truth slipped out anyway. You know about the note. He nodded slowly, a small, almost sad smile curling his lips. I was hoping you'd figure it out yourself. Figure what out? I demanded. What is this? Who's behind it? Dean's gaze didn't waver. It's bigger than you and me. And now that you're involved, there's no going back. The chill in the air deepened. I realized then that my whispered secrets hadn't just been overheard, they'd been weaponized. And I was standing on the edge of a precipice, the ground crumbling beneath my feet. Why me? I asked, voice breaking. What do you want? He stepped closer, the faint scent of coffee and something metallic clinging to him. Because you're the only one who can fix this. But first, you have to trust me. Trust. That word tasted bitter on my tongue. But I had no choice. The streetlight outside flickered again, casting his shadow long and distorted against the cracked sidewalk. I swallowed, the weight of the night pressing down harder than ever before. All right, I said, voice barely steady. I'm listening. And in that moment, I knew I was crossing a line I might never return from. The moment stretched, thick and suffocating, the elevator's faint hum the only sound between us. Dean's eyes held steady, sharp as broken glass. It's bigger than you and me, he said again, his voice low, a thread pulling tight between us. And now that you're involved, there's no going back. I swallowed, the bitter taste of adrenaline coating my tongue. Why me? My voice cracked. What do you want? He looked away, just for a second, and in that glance I caught something, regret. Or maybe exhaustion. You're the only one who didn't run when it started. You stayed quiet, but you noticed. That made you dangerous. Dangerous. The word echoed in my mind, hollow and sharp. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. I was supposed to be safe here, in this cramped apartment, this city block of worn brick and flickering streetlights. Instead, I was tangled in something I barely understood, a web spun from whispered confessions and half-truths I thought only I knew. The elevator dinged at the lobby floor. Dean stepped out, waiting for me to follow. I hesitated, my legs stiff. Outside, the night was thick with the smell of rain-damp concrete and the faint, distant smoke of a late-night diner's grease trap. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. You need to hear the whole story, Dean said, pulling me toward the cracked steps leading to the street. But not here. Not now. I nodded, my throat dry, every nerve buzzing. The city felt different, less like home, more like a cage. We walked in silence, the cold air crawling under my jacket. Dean led me to a small cafe still lit despite the late hour. The yellow glow of the sign flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the cracked sidewalk. Inside, the coffee smelled strong, bitter, and somehow comforting. We sat in a corner booth, the vinyl cracked and sticky. Dean's hands were folded on the table, his fingers tapping a restless rhythm. He began, voice almost a whisper. You know that feeling when someone looks right through you? Like they can see every crack in your armor? That's what I do. I read people. I nodded slowly. Yeah, I know. You told me before it was just a party trick. His smile was sad. It was. Until it wasn't. He told me about the group, a loose network of people who gathered secrets, traded them like currency. Not for money, not exactly. More for power, control. Dean hadn't wanted me involved, but my whispered confessions, those moments when I thought I was alone, had been feeding something darker. Your secrets, he said, voice dropping even lower, they're like threads. And someone's pulling on them. Unraveling you. I closed my eyes, the weight of every quiet word I'd uttered alone pressing on my chest. I thought whispering was safe. I'd been wrong. But why? Why target me? I asked, fingers trembling around the chipped ceramic mug. Dean's gaze was steady. Because you're honest. Because you don't hide behind a mask. People like that, they're rare. And dangerous. The word again. Dangerous. I wanted to argue, to say I was no one special. But the truth settled in like cold ash. We talked until the cafe emptied around us, until the stale warmth of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay pressed close like a suffocating blanket. When I finally stepped back into the night, the rain had started fine and cold, prickling my skin. The days that followed were a blur of half-truths and cautious glances. I kept my voice low, my secrets locked tight behind forced smiles and tearful silences. But the feeling lingered, something watching, waiting. One evening, I found a note slipped beneath my door. No handwriting, just a single line. We know. I crumpled it in my hand, the paper rough and damp from my shaking fingers. The apartment felt suddenly too small, the walls closing in like the elevator had. I called Dean. He answered on the second ring, his voice steady but tired. It's time, he said. You need to disappear for a while. Disappear. The word tasted like defeat. But I didn't argue. I packed a bag with trembling hands, shoving in the essentials, the worn sweater I never wore, a notebook half filled with thoughts I'd never meant to share, a battered phone with one contact, Dean. We found a small place outside the city, something nondescript with peeling paint and a garden overrun by weeds. The silence there was dense, almost unnatural. No hum of traffic, no distant sirens. Just the steady creak of the old house settling into the night. Dean stayed close those first weeks, a shadow at the edge of my world. I learned to watch my words, to measure my thoughts before they spilled out in whispers. The paranoia was a constant from beneath my skin, but slowly, something shifted. One morning, I caught myself humming a soft, hesitant sound that felt almost like hope. Dean smiled, a real one this time. You're stronger than you think. Maybe he was right. Maybe I had to be. Looking back, it's clear how much was lost. The easy laughter, the careless trust. The illusion of safety. But I also found something unexpected, a quiet resilience, a new way to exist in a world that seemed bent on unraveling me. The secrets are still out there, tangled in the shadows of my past. I don't know if they'll ever stop. But I've learned to live with the echo, to carry the weight without breaking. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind presses against the window and the house creaks just so, I catch myself whispering not confessions, but reminders. I'm still here. Not unbroken. Not unscarred. But here. And that, I think, is enough. Story 3, Digital Doppelgänger, when your profile haunts you. I deleted my social media accounts on a Tuesday. Not in a dramatic, cinematic way. No grand announcements or manifesto-style posts. Just a quiet, deliberate deletion. Profile scrubbed, apps uninstalled, passwords changed. I wanted out. Out of the constant noise, the relentless performance, the endless obligation to be seen and liked. I told myself it was for my own peace of mind, but maybe it was more than that. Maybe I was just tired. The first few hours after I disconnected felt like floating. I didn't check my phone once. The silence was a strange kind of relief. No notifications blinking at me, no messages demanding attention, no streams of photos and updates cluttering the screen. I was invisible for the first time in years. It was strange and oddly comforting to be so thoroughly unseen. But then, late that afternoon, the first sign something was off appeared. I was sitting on my couch, the fabric rough beneath my palms, staring blankly at the wall. The apartment smelled faintly of leftover dinner, roasted garlic and something sweet, maybe caramelized onions. The heater buzzed low in the background, making the room feel warmer than it should have been for early spring. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, breaking the quiet. My phone buzzed. I froze. The screen lit up with a notification from an app one hadn't used in weeks, maybe months. I didn't recognize the icon at first. It was an unfamiliar symbol, something minimalist and cold-looking. I swiped it open without thinking. And there it was. A message. From me. The message wasn't something I'd written, or at least, not something I remembered writing. It was a short sentence, innocuous enough. Remember when we said we'd never tell? That's when my hands started to tremble. I set the phone down on the coffee table, the screen still glowing faintly in the dim room. I stared at it like it was a ghost, or maybe a stranger holding a mirror to my face. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just a glitch, I muttered, but the words felt hollow. I didn't believe myself. The next day, I found more messages waiting. Small posts on accounts I thought were gone, too. Photos I didn't remember taking, captions that hinted at things I'd never shared publicly. Private details, things I'd only ever whispered to a few close friends, thoughts I'd never dared type out. Each message was like a thread pulling me deeper into a tangled web I didn't understand. I tried to tell myself it was a hack, that someone had broken in and was using my old profiles to manipulate me. But the more I looked, the more I realized it wasn't random. It was personal. Too personal. I kept checking my phone, even though I told myself not to. There was a sick curiosity in it, a need to see what I was saying or doing when I wasn't around. Sometimes, the messages felt like invitations. Other times, like warnings. On the third day, I noticed something else. My contacts were getting messages, too. Friends, family, people I hadn't spoken to in years. Some were short, polite check-ins. Others were strange, almost cryptic notes referencing moments I'd never mentioned to anyone. One said, "She forgot the corner cafe." "Did you?" I called a friend, Sarah, who used to be close before I withdrew from social media. Her voice was shaky when she answered. She said someone had reached out pretending to be me, asking her questions about our time in college. Questions I never would have asked. She sounded worried and oddly distant. I tried to explain, but my own words felt thin, unconvincing. How do you describe being hunted by your own digital ghost? That night, I lay awake in bed, the sheets tangled around my legs. The apartment was silent except for the occasional creak of the old pipes and the distant hum of traffic. The air smelled faintly of cold metal and something faintly floral, maybe the air freshener I'd forgotten to turn off in the bathroom. I kept thinking about the messages, the posts, the way my digital self was out there, saying things I hadn't authorized. What was it trying to do? Sleep was elusive. Every time my eyes closed, I imagined someone watching me through a screen, fingers tapping out sentences in my name. I told myself it was just paranoia, but the knot in my stomach tightened. The next morning, I found a package slipped under my door. No return address, no note. Just a small, plain envelope. Inside was a single photo, printed on glossy paper. It showed me, standing outside the corner cafe Sarah had mentioned, but the image was dated last week, when I was supposed to be home all day. I stared at it until my vision blurred. Someone had been watching me. I wasn't sure whether to call the police or hide under my bed, but I did neither. Instead, I sat back down at my kitchen table, the sunlight once again filtering through the blinds, and I tried to think. Whoever was behind this had access to my life in ways I couldn't explain. My digital self was no longer mine, and the boundary between my real world and this shadow version was starting to crumble. I reached for my phone again, even though every part of me screamed not to. There was another notification waiting. From me. This time, the message read, "We need to talk." The afternoon light had faded to a dull gray when I finally set the photo down on my cluttered kitchen table. My phone buzzed again. The screen lit up the darkening room. From me. We need to talk. I hadn't moved since I'd read that message. My fingers hovered over the screen, trembling. There was no number attached, no profile picture, just the word me, like my own name had been co-opted and twisted into some kind of taunt. I knew it was reckless, but I typed back, "Who are you?" The reply came almost immediately. "Not who." "What? What do you mean?" I asked, voice unsteady even though no one could hear me. "Your digital shadow. The parts of you thought you deleted. I'm the leftovers." I stared at the screen, the glow flickering across the peeling paint on the kitchen wall. Whatever this was, it wasn't a glitch or a trick of the mind. Someone had infiltrated my life. And more unnerving, they knew me better than I did. I had to find out who. The first step was obvious, or so I thought. I pulled my laptop onto the table, feeling the cool metal against my wrists. The device had been my sanctuary, my link to the world before I cut it off. Now, it felt like a trap. I booted it up, ignoring the slow, grinding noise of the hard drive. The browser opened to an empty homepage, but the history was still there, my digital footprint spread out like a spider web. I scrolled through it, fingers twitching. Then I noticed something odd. There were logins I didn't recognize, times when my accounts had been accessed without me. I cross-referenced the timestamps with my own records. At 3:12 a.m. last Tuesday, I was asleep, but my social media accounts had been active. Posts had gone up, messages sent, but none were mine. I clicked on one of the messages sent to an old college friend named Elise. The message read, "You never told me about that night." Why lie? I blinked, heart picking up speed. I had never talked to Elise about any night like that. I wasn't even sure what that night meant. I called Elise, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. "Hey," she answered after 3 rings, voice warm but cautious. "Elise, did you get a weird message from me? Something about that night?" "Oh, yeah. I did." I thought it was a joke or maybe spam. "It sounded off," she said, hesitation creeping in. "Why? Do you know what it means?" "No. I'm trying to figure that out." We talked for a few more minutes, but the conversation left me more tangled than before. Elise didn't remember any secret, no shared history beyond the usual friendship. But someone else did, or at least, someone pretending to be me did. I ended the call and stared out the window. The sky was heavy with clouds, the kind that smell faintly of rain and dust. The street was quiet, too quiet, except for the faint hum of a distant lawnmower and the irregular clatter of a loose shutter banging against a window frame down the block. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not in the way I'd known before. This was something else. I decided to reach out to Sarah. She was the only one who'd taken me seriously when I first mentioned the strange posts. If anyone could help me start piecing this together, it was her. I met her at the cafe, that different one, the one in the photo, ironically enough. The smell of fresh coffee and baked bread filled the air as I slid into the seat opposite her. Sarah's face was lined with concern, but her eyes were sharp. "You look exhausted," she said, nudging a steaming mug toward me. "Because I am. And because someone's been living my life online without me." She didn't blink. Show me. I pulled out the photo, then my phone, and explained everything. The messages, the posts, the unknown logins. Sarah frowned. This is serious. Whoever's doing this knows you. Not just your accounts, but your routines, the places you go. I don't understand how, I admitted, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Have you checked your devices for malware? Keyloggers? Something that's siphoning your data? I ran scans. Nothing showed up. Sometimes it's subtle. Like spyware that's programmed to stay hidden until triggered. You need a professional to dig deeper. That idea made my stomach twist. Calling in help felt like admitting defeat, but I couldn't keep going blind. Sarah leaned in, lowering her voice. And there's something else. You remember that guy from the neighborhood? The one you saw near the cafe? I hesitated. What about him? People have been talking. He's been asking questions about you. Not just casually, but like he's trying to figure out your schedule, your habits. My throat tightened. I thought of the blurry figure I'd glimpsed through the cafe window days ago. The way he'd lingered a moment too long, watching. Do you think he's connected to this? Sarah shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe he's just one piece of a bigger puzzle. I swallowed hard. The idea that I was being watched, followed, manipulated, it was more than unsettling. It was dangerous. The sky outside darkened further, and the cafe's overhead lights flickered once, twice, before steadying. A cold draft swept through the cracked open window, carrying the faint scent of rain and something else, something metallic, sharp. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, my fingers brushing against the worn fabric as if it could shield me. I'm going to check my apartment, I said, voice low. Make sure nothing's been left behind. Sarah nodded. Be careful. Walking back, the streets felt different, not just empty, but expectant. I passed the corner where the photo had been taken, the cafe's neon sign buzzing faintly in the twilight. I stopped. The street lamp above me flickered in irregular pulses, casting unsteady shadows that danced across the pavement. Somewhere, a dog barked once, then fell silent. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. At my building, I fumbled with my keys, hands clammy. The door creaked open to the familiar smell of stale air and old carpet. Everything looked normal, but I knew better than to trust appearances. I swept through each room, eyes sharp for anything out of place. The kitchen drawers, the laundry basket, beneath the couch cushions. Nothing. No sign of intrusion. But then, in the narrow hallway, a subtle scent hit me, something faint but unmistakable. Cheap cologne, mixed with the sharp tang of sweat. I froze. It wasn't mine. I pulled out my phone to call Sarah, but the screen was black. Dead. I tapped it repeatedly, panic bubbling beneath my skin. Then, a soft vibration. A new message. From me. Look closer. My breath caught. There, on the dresser, lay a small USB drive, black, unmarked, out of place on my cluttered surface. I knelt down, hands trembling enough to make the device slip once before I caught it. The cold plastic felt alien, foreign in a way that set my skin crawling. I didn't want to plug it in. And yet, I had to know. I slid it into the laptop's USB port, the faint hum of the machine filling the silence. A folder appeared on the screen, for you. Inside were files, videos, photos, documents. Some familiar, others not. One video caught my eye. It was recorded from a handheld camera, shaky and grainy. The timestamp was 2 nights ago. The footage showed me, or someone who looked exactly like me, entering my apartment building. The camera angle shifted as if the person filming was moving quickly, trying. The message glowed on my dead phone screen, "Look closer." My fingers trembled, hovering over the device like it was a live wire. How was it even on? I'd shut it down twice, battery dead, I was sure. The air inside the hallway felt thick, almost sticky, like the heat before a thunderstorm settles in. I swallowed, the taste of stale coffee and something metallic lingering in my mouth. "Look closer," I muttered aloud, voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The words echoed off the cracked plaster walls. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadowed corners of the hallway, but it was just me and the low hum of the old radiator sputtering somewhere behind the wall. The smell was stronger now, cheap cologne, sweat, and something else. I couldn't place it, but it dug into my memory like a fingernail on a chalkboard. The hallway light flickered again, the bulb sputtering as if it wanted to give up. My pulse thudded in my ears. I needed to get out, but the door was behind me, closed. Locked, probably. I'd locked it when I left. I cursed myself for not calling Sarah sooner, for not telling anyone what was happening. But who would believe me? Me was sending messages from my phone, posting secrets I hadn't even whispered aloud. I slid my thumb over the screen, the message blinking in rhythm with the flickering light. Then, another notification appeared. A photo this time. I froze. It was a picture of my apartment's living room, taken from the corner near the window. The couch was rumpled, just as I'd left it. The angle was familiar, but the timestamp showed 10 minutes ago. Someone was inside. Someone had been watching me. My breath hitched. I stepped back, heart hammering against my ribs. The floor beneath my feet creaked softly, the sound sharper in the silence. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand frozen. Then my phone buzzed again. "I'm closer than you think." I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a dull thud, sliding beneath the edge of the hallway rug. I crouched, fingers trembling as I reached for it, the cold plaster wall biting into my palms. My hands felt slick, not sweat, but something else. I looked down. A thin smear of red, barely noticeable. How long had that been there? I couldn't tell. The hallway light died in a sudden burst of static, plunging me into darkness save for the pale glow of my phone screen. I fumbled for the switch, flipping it on and off, but the bulb remained lifeless. The building's old wiring probably gave out. The temperature dropped, a chill that seeped through my thin shirt, crawling up my spine. There was a rustle behind me. I whipped around, eyes straining to pierce the shadows. Nothing. Just the echo of my own ragged breathing. I stumbled toward the door, fumbling with keys again, but the lock wouldn't budge. My hand shook so hard I could barely fit the key in. I cursed under my breath, heart pounding louder than the distant thud of a train passing by outside. I was trapped. The phone buzzed again. A text message from an unknown number. I hesitated, then opened it. Did you really think deleting your accounts would protect you? You're already in too deep. I pressed the power button, trying to shut the screen off, but it stayed lit, the message staring back at me like a threat. I slid the phone into my pocket, hands shaking. I needed to figure out who was doing this. Someone who knew me better than I thought possible. Someone who had access to my life, my digital footprint, my physical space. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. There had to be a way out. I pulled my jacket from the hook near the door and headed for the stairs. The elevator was out of order, probably for weeks, like usual. One step at a time, the worn metal stairs groaning beneath my weight. At the landing on the third floor, I paused, listening. Silence. Complete silence. Then the unmistakable sound of a phone vibrating. Not mine. Lower, muffled, coming from the apartment across the hall. I pressed my ear to the door. The buzzing stopped. A faint voice, male, low, tense. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was sharp, urgent. I stepped back, heart racing. I didn't know if I should call out or run. Before I could decide, my phone vibrated again. This time a video message. I opened it with shaky fingers. The screen showed me, sitting at my kitchen table, eyes wide, staring at my laptop. The camera angle was odd, like someone was hiding just beyond the frame. The timestamp was from earlier that same day, but I didn't remember being recorded. My throat tightened. That wasn't possible. I'm careful. Always careful. I lock doors, cover cameras, check for bugs. But clearly, I wasn't careful enough. The video ended with a chilling final frame, a text overlay, "You can't hide." I shoved the phone back into my pocket and backed away. The hallway seemed narrower now, the walls closing in. I was no longer just a victim of a hacked account. This was personal, physical, immediate. My mind raced. If they had been inside my apartment, watching me, recording me, who else had they been watching? How long had this been going on? The feeling of being hunted clung to me like a second skin. I remembered the faint cologne scent again. It was floral, synthetic, something cheap but distinctive. I sniffed my jacket sleeve. Nothing. My breath hitched. I needed help. Sarah. But how? I didn't even know if I could trust her. What if this me was closer to her than I realized? The thought made my stomach twist. I reached the stairwell exit, the building's warped metal door rattling in its frame. I pushed it open and stepped outside into the crisp night air. The street was empty, the only sound a distant siren wailing through the city like a ghost's lament. I pulled my phone out again, checking for signal. Bars flickered weakly. Nothing about the silence in this house felt ordinary anymore. "Hey," she answered after 2 rings, her tone tired but warm. "Everything okay? You sounded off earlier." I swallowed hard. "Sarah, someone's inside my apartment. They're sending me messages from my phone. I don't know who. I'm scared." There was a pause. Then, wait. "What do you mean, messages? Like from your accounts?" "Not just online. They're here. They've been watching me. I think they're still inside." "Okay," she said quickly. "Calm down. I'm coming over. Don't go anywhere. Lock yourself in a room if you have to. I'll be there in 10. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. The cold air bit into my skin, sweat prickling under my jacket despite the chill. I felt trapped between the safety of the street and the threat inside my own home. I heard footsteps, quick, deliberate, coming from the stairwell below. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun around, eyes wide, searching for anything to defend myself with. Nothing. Just the empty sidewalk and the faint glow of a street lamp flickering uncertainly. The footsteps climbed faster, echoing up the metal stairs, then paused at the landing. I couldn't move. The door creaked open slowly. And then a voice, low and calm, right behind me. "You're not going anywhere." The night air was bitter, sharper than I remembered, as if the city itself was holding its breath. I stood just outside the stairwell, the flickering street lamp casting a sickly yellow glow that made the cracked pavement look like a fractured mirror. My phone screen blinked weakly, the bars dwindling to one then fading again. No signal. Nothing. The silence pressed down on me, thick and suffocating. I tried to steady my breath, but it came in shallow, uneven gasps. The faint smell of that cheap floral cologne lingered still, teasing the edges of my senses like a ghost I couldn't shake. I rubbed my jacket sleeve against my nose, hoping for something, anything, to give me a clue. Nothing. A sudden noise made me freeze. A scuffing step, maybe two, from the dark alley to my right. My skin prickled, every hair on my arms standing straight. I looked toward the shadowed doorway where the sound had come from, but saw only blackness. The city felt different now, colder, less familiar. The streets that had once been a mundane backdrop to my life had morphed into a maze of threats. I forced myself to move, my footsteps echoing hollowly against the brick walls. I needed to get somewhere with people, somewhere safe. Sarah. I pulled my phone out again, fingers trembling as I dialed her number. It rang once, twice, then went to voicemail. I left a terse message, voice tight. Sarah, it's me. Something's wrong. Please call back. No answer. The phone slipped from my hand like it had been burnt. I turned, deciding to head toward the nearest cafe that stayed open late. The thought of warm light and other people was a balm, however faint, against the gnawing anxiety inside me. But the street was empty, the only movement a stray cat darting behind a dumpster. The city's pulse felt off, like a skipped beat in a familiar song. As I walked, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I stopped, heart hammering. A figure stood across the street, just beyond the reach of the street lamp's glow. Tall, lean, hands shoved deep in the pockets of a dark coat. The face was hidden in shadow, but the presence was unmistakable, watching. Waiting. I looked away, not trusting myself to hold eye contact. My mind spun, was this the person who had been inside my apartment? The one leaving traces of that cloying cologne? The one who had been puppeteering my digital life from behind a screen? I wanted to run, but my legs felt leaden, as if the concrete beneath them was pulling me down. Then, the figure moved. Not toward me directly, but closer to the street lamp, stepping into the faint light. I blinked, and then recognized the face. It was David. The name hit me like a punch to the gut. David, my old coworker, the one who'd always been a little too interested in my life, a little too eager to help with my social media presence. I had let him into my digital world once, naively thinking he cared. Now, he stood there, an unreadable expression on his face. His eyes locked onto mine, steady and cold. "Why are you following me?" I demanded, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, a ghost of a smile flickering. "I'm not following you. You're following yourself." I stared at him, confused. Then the words sank in, chilling me deeper than the night air ever could. "You're the one posting," I said, voice cracking. "The messages, the secrets, it's you." David's smile faded. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't just about social media. It's about control. Identity. What you think is yours isn't yours anymore." I swallowed hard. My throat felt raw, my hands trembling. "Why? What do you want from me?" He stepped closer, and suddenly the cheap cologne was unmistakable, wrapping around me like a suffocating fog. "You used to talk about your family, your dreams. Funny how you shared those things only with me. I just helped you remember." The accusation cut deep. I hadn't told David half the things he was posting. How had he known? How had he gotten so much access? "Stop it," I said, voice rising despite myself. "This has to end." David's eyes darkened. It ends when I say it ends. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart racing. A new message flashed on the screen. From my own number. You can't escape what you've already lost. I dropped the phone like it burned me. David's face hardened as he took a step back into the shadows. Think about that. I'm closer than you believe. And then he was gone, swallowed by the night. I stood frozen, the city's cold fingers tightening around me. The silence returned, heavier than before. The distant siren's wail felt like a morning song, not for me, but for the person I used to be. The one who thought deleting her accounts would be enough. I wasn't safe anywhere. Not online. Not in my own skin. The stairwell door slammed behind me, a sudden, sharp noise that made my blood run cold. I spun around, but the empty hallway yawned back, still and silent. I was alone. For now. The phone buzzed again. Another message, this time an email notification. Check your inbox. We need to talk. I knew the sender without looking. David. Cold sweat slicked my back as I staggered toward the street, the city's shadows closing in, waiting. I stood on the cracked sidewalk, the cold night air crawling under my jacket like it wanted to find my bones. The phone had gone silent. For a minute, I thought maybe he was bluffing, maybe it was just some cruel joke, some elaborate game to mess with my head. But no! The messages, the posts I never made, the secrets I never told anyone, all of it had been real. And David was still out there, somewhere, watching. Waiting. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. Instead, I pulled the collar of my jacket tighter, took a shaky breath, and started walking. Away from the stairwell, away from the shadows that had swallowed him. I didn't stop until I reached a small cafe still open on the corner. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a contrast to the dark street, and the smell of burnt coffee mixed with something faintly sweet, vanilla, maybe. I slid onto a stool at the counter, fingers brushing the cold, smooth surface. The barista glanced at me, yawning, her eyes red-rimmed like she hadn't slept either. I didn't care enough to explain. I just needed a place to think. I pulled out the phone. The screen lit up with a dozen unread notifications, each one a stab of anxiety. Emails, texts, social media alerts from accounts I'd long since deleted but that somehow still existed. Each message was more invasive than the last. Somewhere in the night, someone had turned my digital life into a puppet show, and I was the marionette. One email caught my eye. Look closer. You're not just a target. You're the key. The sender's address was masked, but I recognized the style, David's writing. I swallowed hard and opened the message. Inside, a jumble of dated dumps, screenshots, personal photos I'd never shared. Names I'd mentioned only in passing. Financial records, travel itineraries, conversations I thought were private. The message was a puzzle piece, but the picture it formed was terrifying. David wasn't just stalking me, he was erasing me and remaking me in his image. I closed the phone and rubbed my temples. The cafe was nearly empty now, save for a couple hunched over laptops and the barista who was wiping down the counter with slow, methodical motions. The silence felt oppressive, like I was drowning in it. I'd always thought deleting my social media accounts would be the end of it. A reset button. But the truth was uglier. The digital me, the one I tried to bury, had grown into a ghost, a phantom that someone else controlled. And I had no idea how deep the manipulation went. The next morning, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows was harsh and unforgiving against the blinds. I woke with a start, the dreamless sleep broken by the sharp sting of dread. My hands trembled as I reached for the phone. It was still there, silent now, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it buzzed again. I spent hours scanning through what David had sent me. He hacked into my email, my bank, even the cloud storage I thought was secure. Every layer I peeled back revealed more of his obsession with me. It wasn't about money or fame. It was about control. Identity. Ownership. I wondered if I'd ever really known myself at all, or if this version, the one manipulated and twisted, was all I'd ever been. I decided I had to fight back. But how? The police wouldn't take me seriously without evidence, and every time I tried to trace the messages, they vanished like smoke. I started small, changing passwords, notifying my bank, freezing accounts. I called my phone provider and set up additional security measures. Each step felt like patching a dam with my bare hands while the flood kept rising. One afternoon, I found myself back at the stairwell where I'd last seen David. The door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. The plaster on the walls was rough beneath my fingers, and the stale air smelled faintly of mildew and rust. I hesitated, the memory of his shadowy figure vivid in my mind. I wasn't sure if I was braver or just more desperate. Inside, I noticed a small piece of paper taped to the wall near the light switch. It was a scribbled note, "You're closer than you think." My breath caught. Someone had been here recently. Someone had been watching me, tracking my movements. I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket. There was no use in screaming or running anymore. The only way out was through. Weeks passed. The messages slowed, then stopped. I wasn't sure if David had lost interest or if I'd finally outmaneuvered him. But the damage was done. I didn't trust my phone. I didn't trust my reflection. And I certainly didn't trust the invisible hands pulling strings behind the scenes. I started seeing a therapist, someone who listened without judgment. Talking helped, even if it was just to remind me I was still me, beneath all the digital noise and stolen fragments. The city kept moving, oblivious to the quiet war I'd fought in its shadows. I walked past the cafe on the corner, the smell of burnt coffee still clinging to the air. The barista smiled tiredly as I passed, and for the first time in months, I smiled back. I'd lost a version of myself to someone else's design. But I was still here. Still breathing. Still fighting. Some nights, when the city is quiet and the wind presses against the windows like a cold breath, I still hear the faint buzz of my phone. A reminder. A warning. Identity isn't just what you show the world. It's what you protect, what you refuse to let go, even when everything else slips away. And I was done slipping. Story 4, Bloodlines Unveiled, Inherited Monstrous Legacy. People told me tracing your family tree was supposed to be comforting. I started on a rainy Tuesday. The kind of day when the sky feels like it's folding in on itself, pressing down, making the air thick and hard to breathe. I sat in my cramped apartment, the one bedroom I convinced myself was cozy, surrounded by stacks of yellowing paperwork and scanned documents from the county records office. The smell of damp paper mixed with the faint, stubborn scent of burnt coffee. A flickering fluorescent bulb overhead buzzed quietly, struggling to stay alive. I had the whole afternoon free, or at least I thought I did. The rain pattered steadily against the window pane, the sound oddly soothing. Outside, the distant wail of a siren faded into nothing. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked once, sharp and lonely. A stray, probably. I reached for my laptop, fingers hesitant. I wasn't sure why I'd started this genealogy project in the first place. Maybe because I'd always felt a little unmoored, like I didn't quite fit anywhere. Maybe because I wanted to know if there was something in my blood that explained the way my mind sometimes slipped sideways. My mother had always been cagey about our family history. It's complicated, she'd say, or best left in the past. But I never thought much of it until I inherited a box from my grandmother's attic after she passed. Inside were old letters, photographs, and a strange, thick folder labeled with a barely legible scrawl, confidential. I tucked it away, unsure what to do with it, until now. The folder was the first crack in the veneer. Inside, I found medical records, notes with odd symbols, and references to something called Project Helix. I'd never heard of it. The handwriting was difficult to read, fraying at the edges like the memories themselves. I traced the names listed, and they were all my ancestors. Great-grandfather, great-great-aunt, and others whose faces stared back at me from faded photographs with an unsettling intensity. I looked up from the folder, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay suddenly feeling colder. The lamp's light flickered again, shadows leaping across the walls like creatures just beyond reach. My hands trembled slightly, though I told myself it was just the coffee or maybe the lack of sleep from last night's restless tossing. Then, the first odd thing happened. I flexed my fingers, and my left hand twitched involuntarily, a quick, jerking motion that made me blink. I tried to shake it off, rubbing my palm, but the movement returned, subtle but persistent. I stared at my hand, the skin pale under the harsh light, veins faintly visible like a map. It wasn't painful, exactly. More like a mild electrical buzz beneath the surface. I glanced around, half expecting one of the shadows to move. I told myself I was imagining things. Stress, caffeine, nothing more. But then I noticed the small patch of skin on my wrist, just above the watch band, that had gone oddly translucent. I could see the faint outline of a vein beneath it, pulsing lazily. Usually, my skin was stubbornly opaque. This was different. I pressed my fingertip against it, feeling the coolness of the skin, the faint pulse beneath. A slight prickling sensation crawled up my arm. I shook my arm, trying to force normal circulation. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. I knew how that sounded. Crazy. Paranoia creeping in. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was off. I pulled out my phone and snapped a photo of the patch. The image looked strange on the screen, almost like a blur, but when I zoomed in, the skin looked thinner, almost fragile, like paper stretched too tight. I set the phone down, the back of my hand resting against the rough plaster wall behind me, the texture gritty under my palm. I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to breathe through the sudden tightness in my chest. Why now? Why this? The folder lay beside me, pages rustling softly as a breeze slipped through a cracked window. I hadn't heard it before. The rain had slowed, but the air felt colder, sharper. The kind of cold that seeps in, not from outside, but from something deeper. I flipped through the notes again. There was a reference to genetic markers and bioengineering. Phrases like enhanced neural pathways and heritable modifications jumped out at me. The language was clinical but chilling. It sounded like science fiction, but these were real documents, signed and dated decades ago. The thought struck me suddenly, what if this wasn't just history? What if it was still happening? Not in some distant lab, but inside me. Inside my blood. A shiver ran down my spine. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the feeling, but it lingered like a shadow just beyond sight. I glanced at the clock early evening, but the room seemed dimmer now, the light less certain. Then came a knock at the door. Soft, deliberate. Not the usual creaks or settling noises of an old building. Real. Someone was there. I froze, heart skipping. No one was supposed to visit this late. I wasn't expecting anyone. The knock came again, 2 short raps. Hello? I called out, voice tighter than I wanted. No answer. I edged to the peephole and looked out. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by a flickering bulb. No one in sight. A cold draft whispered past the door frame. I stepped back inside, locked the door, and leaned against it, breath shallow. The room seemed smaller now, the walls closing in. I glanced back at the folder, feeling the weight of it settle on my chest like a stone. Something was buried in my family's past. Something they wanted hidden. And whatever it wasn't just history anymore. It was becoming part of me. I tried to shake the thought, but the twitch in my hand returned, sharper this time. I stared at it, the translucent patch glowing faintly in the lamp's flickering light. Or maybe it was just my imagination. I didn't know yet. But I would find out. The night stretched on, but sleep didn't come. I glanced again at the translucent patch on my skin. It was subtle, almost imperceptible under the yellowish glow, but to me it felt like a beacon, something alien embedded in my flesh. I tried to ignore it, but the sensation was persistent, like a slow itch crawling under my epidermis. The folder held letters, medical records, and what looked like lab results, all stained with age. The handwriting shifted between cursive and typed text, some of it barely legible. One document caught my eye, a letter dated back to 1952, signed by someone named Dr. Halvorsen. The letter was addressed to my great-grandfather, Jacob, and mentioned the continuation of the project and expected physiological responses, whatever that meant. The words were clinical but unsettling. I traced the signature with my finger, the paper rough beneath my skin. Jacob. My great-grandfather. The man who'd supposedly died in a factory accident, a story I'd heard growing up but never questioned. Now, it seemed, the story was just a veil. I leaned forward, the chair creaking under me, and flipped through more pages. Patterns began to emerge, medical tests that didn't align with any known treatments, blood work that indicated unusual genetic markers, and references to confidential bioengineering trials. It was as if my ancestors had been unwilling participants in some shadowy experiment, their very DNA altered in secret. The thought made my stomach twist. Who had done this? Why? And more importantly, what did it mean for me? I heard a soft knock, barely audible, coming from the front door again. I froze, listening. The hallway was still empty, but that faint sound gnawed at my nerves. This time, I didn't move toward the peephole. Instead, I pulled the curtains closed and locked every bolt I could find on the door. Who's there? I called out, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until I convinced myself it was just the wind or maybe my imagination. I returned to the folder, but the atmosphere had shifted. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. By morning, exhaustion had settled into my bones, but so had resolve. I needed more than these dusty papers. I needed proof, something concrete. I decided to visit the town archives, hoping to find birth records, hospital files, or maybe even newspaper clippings that could confirm the hints I'd uncovered. The weather was gray and damp when I stepped outside. The smell of wet concrete and earth after a light rain filled the air. I pulled my jacket tighter, the chill crawling down my spine. The streets were nearly deserted at this hour, save for the distant barking of a dog and the occasional rumble of a passing bus. At the archives, the musty scent of old paper and mildew hit me as soon as I entered. Rows of filing cabinets stretched out like silent sentinels. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered sporadically, echoing the instability I felt inside. I approached the clerk, a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes behind thick glasses. I'm looking for any records related to Jacob Madsen, born 1910, and his descendants. She looked up, her expression unreadable. That name rings a bell. Let me check. Minutes passed. I thumbed through a weathered ledger, the pages brittle and yellowed. Then she nodded slowly. There's something. Jacob Madsen was listed as an employee at the local chemical plant. Officially died in an accident in '54. But here's the odd part, there's a sealed file marked confidential. Access restricted. My heart thumped. Can I see it? She hesitated. I'm afraid not. Security protocols and all. But you might contact the company directly. They oversee those records now. I nodded, fighting the urge to press further. Thank you. Back outside, the sky had darkened, the clouds heavy with unshed rain. I pulled out my phone and searched for the chemical plant company. The name that appeared was unfamiliar, a corporate shell, Biosyn Labs. The website was minimal, with a bland corporate sheen that didn't match the unease I felt. There was a contact form, but no direct numbers. I typed a message, careful with my words, asking if I could access historical employment and medical records for research purposes. No response yet. The walk home was colder, each breath visible in the air. I kept glancing over my shoulder, the hairs on my neck prickling. The twitch in my hand was back, more insistent this time, a rhythmic pulsing beneath the skin. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat by the window, the folder beside me, and the translucent patch on my hand catching the moonlight. The air smelled faintly metallic, as if the room itself was contaminated. Then my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. Some things are better left buried. My hands trembled, fingers hovering over the screen. The room felt suddenly smaller, the shadows reaching out like fingers. I wanted to delete the message, to pretend it never arrived, but curiosity outweighed caution. I typed back, voice unsteady. Who is this? No reply. Silence. Complete silence. A gust of wind rattled the windows, and I realized then how alone I was, or how alone I had become. Whatever this was, it wasn't just about family secrets. It was bigger, darker, and dangerously close. And now, they were watching. The phone lay on the cracked plaster floor, screen dim but still glowing faintly. I forced myself up, legs weak and trembling, and moved toward the window. The translucent patch on my hand caught the moonlight again, shifting slightly as if it had a pulse of its own. That twitch, the pulsing beneath my skin, was growing stronger. Like a second heartbeat, irregular but relentless. It made my fingers itch and curl against the cold glass. This wasn't just some inherited weirdness. It was active, present, and it was watching me. I needed answers, or at least a direction. But the message, that single cryptic warning, had already changed everything. Whoever or whatever sent it knew I'd uncovered something dangerous, something they wanted buried. And now, I was on their radar. I sat back down, pulling the folder closer. The old documents, yellowed and brittle, seemed almost to breathe beneath my fingers. My eyes flicked over the genetic reports, the hand-scrawled notes, the contracts with the company I'd barely understood before. A bioengineering firm called Genova Labs. Officially, they'd been dissolved years ago, but the record suggested otherwise. More than that, the contracts weren't just business deals. They were agreements to alter DNA, to experiment on my ancestors. Alter. Modify. Enhance. The words repeated in my mind like a mantra. Why? For what purpose? And why had my family kept quiet? I traced a shaky finger down the page listing the mutations. Not just random mutations, but engineered changes, sequences introduced with precision, parts that didn't belong naturally. The markers linked directly to symptoms that span generations, the twitching, the memory lapses, the sudden mood swings. The mental fractures that no doctor could explain. That was the real threat. Not some ghost story. Not hereditary madness. A biological tool hidden in my own blood. The thought made my skin crawl. And then I noticed the last line, typed in a font that looked too fresh, too deliberate, subject activation imminent. I blinked hard. Subject? Activation? Me? My phone buzzed again. I barely had the strength to reach for it. Meet me. Tomorrow. Noon. 17th Street. Come alone. No name. No sign off. Just a demand. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat catching. This wasn't a choice anymore. I was in deeper than I'd ever imagined. Turning back wasn't an option. I closed the folder, the papers crackling beneath my palms. The room felt colder now, as if the shadows themselves had thickened, pressing closer. The faint hum of the city seemed distant, muffled, like I was underwater. I needed to rest, but sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the twitch in my hand flared, a low throb behind my skull. I tried to focus on the sound of my own breathing, slow and steady, but the silence was too loud. Around dawn, a knock came at the door. Not the usual creak or wind against the frame. Solid. Firm. Insistent. I froze. No one knew I was here. No one should. The knocking came again, rapid this time. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I pressed my ear to the wood. No voice. No footsteps. Just the knocking. I wanted to run. To hide. But my legs refused to obey. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. I waited, breath shallow, hand brushing the patch on my wrist. It was warm now, almost hot. The twitch had become a steady pulse, like a warning. I didn't answer the door. Instead, I grabbed my coat and the folder, stuffing them into my bag. The sky outside was gray, the first light of dawn soft and cold. I stepped into the hall, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The building was empty. The hallway smelled faintly of mildew and old paint, the walls peeling in places where moisture had seeped through. I made my way downstairs, every shadow stretching and twisting just beyond the edges of my vision. Outside, the air was crisp, sharp with the promise of rain. I pulled my collar up against the chill and started walking, the city waking around me with its usual murmurs and distant echoes. I knew what awaited me tomorrow. I couldn't say why I trusted the message or the messenger, but I had no other choice. The secrets I'd uncovered had pulled me into a web I couldn't escape. As I crossed the street, a sudden gust swept through, carrying with it the faint, unmistakable metallic scent again. I shivered, tasting it on my tongue, bitter and cold. And then, a voice in my head whispered, or maybe I just imagined it, "You can't run from what you are." I stopped. Looked around. No one there. But the feeling remained. Heavy. Watching. Waiting. I was no longer just a seeker of truth, I was a subject in someone else's experiment. The point of no return had passed. Tomorrow was when I'd find out what that really meant. Night pressed in, thick and suffocating, as I sank against the cold wall, heart pounding in rhythm with the silence. The shadows seemed to pulse, alive with secrets I wasn't ready to face. I clenched my fists, willing the doubt and fear to fade. Whatever awaited me tomorrow, I knew one thing clearly: the truth, no matter how dark, had become my only refuge. I had to brace myself for the answers, for the changes, for the irreversible path I was on. I stayed pressed against the rough brick, the cold seeping through my jacket like it was reaching for something deeper. You can't run from what you are. The words looped again and again. No one spoke them, but I wasn't sure I wanted to argue. I glanced up and caught the flicker of a street lamp nearby, the bulb sputtering like it was about to give out. Shadows spilled from every corner, swallowing the pavement. I needed to move. I needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere I could think without the feeling of being watched tightening around me like a noose. The walk back to my apartment felt longer than it should have. Every step echoed unnaturally in the quiet. My reflection in the darkened windows looked wrong, not quite right. I blinked, and it shifted, like something just out of focus. Maybe I was imagining things. I hoped I was. But the metallic taste lingered on my tongue, cold and bitter. Inside, the apartment was stale, the air heavy with the smell of old paper and dust. I flicked on the lamp by the couch, the light washing over the open file on the coffee table. Genealogy charts, medical reports, a handful of emails printed in shaky font. I'd spent the day piecing it all together, patterns in DNA sequences, strange medical anomalies, subtle but unmistakable signs of tampering. It wasn't just history anymore. It was my body, my mind, unraveling thread by thread. I sank down, my hands trembling as I reached for the papers. The edges felt rough beneath my fingers, but the truth they held was even rougher to swallow. My great-grandfather's medical records mentioned experimental treatments. My grandmother's notes hinted at genetic enhancement. And buried deep in a forgotten file was a letter, and signed, typed on thick company letterhead, thanking the family for their continued cooperation and reminding them of the importance of discretion. I swallowed hard. The bioengineering company wasn't just some shadowy organization from a conspiracy blog. It was real. It had been real for generations. And it was still watching. A sudden noise from the hallway jerked me upright. The old wooden floor creaked outside my door. Not just the usual settling sounds, but deliberate footsteps, soft, measured, deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the screen, but the battery was dead. Of course. I'd forgotten to charge it in the chaos. The idea of calling for help didn't even cross my mind. Who would believe me? Who could I trust? The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I pressed myself flat against the wall, heart thudding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. My ears picked up the faintest scrape, like something sliding against metal. Then, a low voice, barely above a whisper, floated under the door. "You shouldn't have dug so deep." The words sent a cold spike down my spine. I wanted to reply, to scream, but my throat was dry, locked tight. Instead, I swallowed and forced myself to stay still. The door handle twitched. Locked. Thank God. "Your family's past is not your burden to carry," the voice said again, softer this time. "Let it go." No. That wasn't an option. I pressed my ear to the door, straining for more. The voice was gone now, replaced by the distant sound of a dog barking, a car engine idling somewhere down the block. I slid down to the floor, knees pulled close, trying to steady my shaking hands. What if this was the price of knowing the truth? The price of trying to understand what they'd done to us. I thought about the changes I'd felt lately, moments when my thoughts blurred, when memories didn't seem entirely my own. The strange headaches that hit without warning. The sudden bursts of clarity followed by overwhelming confusion. It wasn't just in my mind. It was in my blood. I glanced at the small packet of pills on the table, prescribed by a doctor who, I was pretty sure, was in on it all. They were supposed to help with the migraines, but lately, I wondered if they were doing more harm than good. A sharp knock at the window made me jump. The pain rattled faintly, and I froze. Outside, a figure stood in the shadows, face obscured beneath a hood. The street lamp flickered again, casting the figure in brief relief before plunging them back into darkness. "Who's there?" My voice was barely a whisper. No answer. Just the rustle of wind stirring dead leaves along the curb. I told myself to calm down. I wasn't safe here. Not really. The walls were closing in, and the weight of generations pressing down on me was almost too much to bear. I needed to leave. Now. But my body betrayed me. My legs felt heavy, my head spinning. I clenched my fists, tasting copper on my tongue. The metallic scent was stronger now, suffocating, invading every breath. Then the voice again, clearer this time, inside my head or out, who could say? "You belong to us." A flicker of panic surged through me, but I forced it down. I wasn't going to let them win. Not yet. I grabbed my coat and the file, stuffing everything into my bag. The apartment felt like a cage, the walls closing in tighter with every passing second. I moved toward the door, heart hammering, ears straining for any sound. The lock clicked behind me as I slipped out into the hallway, the stale air pressing close. The building was silent now, but the tension thrummed beneath my skin. I didn't look back. Outside, the night swallowed me whole. The air was colder, sharper, the metallic scent fading just enough to give me a moment's relief. But I knew it was waiting, always waiting. I walked fast, head down, thoughts racing. I had to find answers. Had to understand what they'd done to my family, to me. But a part of me wondered if some truths were better left buried. A sudden sound behind me made me freeze. Footsteps, soft but steady. Not far, not close enough to comfort me. I turned, heart in my throat, and saw the figure from before, stepping onto the sidewalk. No longer hidden by shadow, the face was pale, eyes cold and unblinking. "Stop," the voice said, calm but chilling. "You can't run." The street lamp flickered violently, casting their face in strobe-like flashes. I swallowed thickly, every nerve screaming to turn and bolt, but my legs refused to move. The metallic scent was overwhelming now. Bitter. Sharp. I realized then that the nightmare wasn't behind me. It was right in front of me. And I had nowhere left to hide. The ceiling light above me buzzed faintly, a low hum that filled the silent room like a slow heartbeat. I stared at the yellow paper strewn across the kitchen table, the last few documents I'd pulled from the archive buried beneath a scattering of old letters and grainy photographs. Outside, the wind rattled the window panes, carrying the faint scent of rain and wet earth through the cracked open sash. It was late, later than I'd meant to stay up, but the threads of history I'd chased for months had finally pulled tight enough for me to see the whole terrifying pattern. I rubbed my temples, the skin rough beneath my fingertips, and tried to remember what made me start this journey in the first place. Tracing my family tree had seemed innocent enough curiosity, maybe even nostalgia. But it had morphed into something darker, something that clung to me like a shadow I couldn't shake. The mutations. The pact. The company. Each revelation had been worse than the last, a slow unspooling of secrets that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I could still taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp and real, lingering in my mouth as I reread the confidential reports that tied my ancestors to that cold, clinical bioengineering firm. I realized then that these weren't just experiments on DNA. They were experiments on identity, on the very essence of who we were or who we thought we were. I forced myself to breathe, inhaling the faint smell of coffee that had long since gone cold, bitter, and stale. My hands trembled, just slightly, as I reached for the phone. I needed to talk to someone. Not just anyone, someone who understood the science, the implications. Someone who wouldn't dismiss my story as paranoia or madness. There was a knock at the door, abrupt and sharp, breaking the fragile silence. I froze. The sound echoed in the hollow kitchen like a warning. Who would come knocking at this hour? My breath caught as I moved cautiously toward the door, the floorboards creaking beneath my bare feet. Who is it? I called, barely above a whisper. No answer. Just another knock, softer this time, hesitant. I pulled the door open a crack, peering out into the night. The porch light flickered, casting long, jittery shadows over the uneven concrete steps. There stood a man, mid-30s, with dark circles under his eyes and a coat pulled tight against the chill. His presence felt wrong, too purposeful, too calculated. May I come in? His voice was low, calm, but there was an edge to it that made my skin prickle. No, I said, stepping back. I don't know you. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I know what you found, and I'm here to help. I wanted to slam the door shut, but curiosity won over. Why would you help me? He hesitated, then said, because if the company's secrets come out, it could destroy everything, including you. The weight of those words settled over me like a heavy fog. I closed the door slowly, my hands still shaking. I didn't trust him, but I also didn't have any other leads. We talked through the night, his voice low and measured as he explained what he knew. The company had started as a pharmaceutical firm, but somewhere along the way, their research veered into manipulation of the human genome. Not for cures or treatment, but for control of traits, behaviors, even thoughts. My ancestors had been part of an early trial, a secret agreement that promised health and longevity but delivered something else entirely. You're not imagining the changes, he said quietly. They weren't just physical. The company was experimenting on cognition, on memory, on what makes a person who they are. I felt my spine stiffen. The cracks in my own mind, the sudden lapses, the distorted memories weren't random. They were the legacy of decades of tampering. But why me? Why now? I asked, voice barely steady. Because the mutations take time. They evolve with each generation. And you're at a tipping point. You might still be able to fight it. His words stirred a flicker of hope, fragile but real. For the first time in weeks, I felt less like a victim and more like someone with a choice. The next morning, I found myself standing outside the company's abandoned headquarters, an imposing building swallowed by vines and neglect. The air smelled of damp concrete and rust, the faint buzz of insects filling the quiet spaces between the broken windows. I hesitated at the entrance, the weight of everything pressing down on me. But then I thought of my family, the ones who had suffered silently, the ones who might never know what had been done to them. I pushed open the door. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. The walls were lined with peeling paint and long-forgotten notices. I wandered the halls, the echoes of my footsteps mingling with distant memories I wasn't sure were mine. In a small, locked room, I found what I was looking for, a file cabinet, barely hanging onto its hinges. Inside, detailed records of genetic modifications, consent forms signed under duress, notes from scientists who had long since disappeared. I sat on the cold, cracked tile floor, the papers spread around me like evidence of a crime that had been hidden in plain sight. I let myself feel the full weight of it all, the betrayal, the fear, the loss. But beneath that, something else began to grow. Understanding. Control. The knowledge that while my DNA might carry the scars of this past, my future didn't have to be defined by it. I left the building with the files tucked under my arm, the morning sun breaking through the clouds to warm my face. The world felt different somehow, sharper, clearer. The shadows of the past still lingered, but they no longer held power over me. At home, I sat by the window, the papers spread out once more. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, the sound bright and real. I traced the lines of my family's history, now laid bare, and made a silent vow to rewrite the ending. I wouldn't let this secret consume me. I was more than the sum of my genes, more than the echoes of a hidden pact. I was here. I was present. I was still myself. And that was something no mutation could ever take away. Story 5, Permafrost Breach, Life Unravels in Isolation. The first frost came earlier than I expected that year. I was making coffee when I noticed the first odd thing. The can of beans I'd stashed in the pantry looked swollen, like it had been breathing under the cold. I picked it up carefully, noticing the slight give in the metal, as if something inside was pushing against the walls. I set it down, fingers sticky with condensation, and frowned. I checked those supplies only a week ago. Nothing should have changed. I shrugged it off, convincing myself the cold was warping the packaging somehow. Permafrost wasn't supposed to do that. At least, not this way. Breakfast was quiet. The cabin was still, except for the faint drip of melting ice somewhere near the windowsill. I leaned closer and wiped away the fog with my sleeve, catching a glimpse of the frozen tundra beyond. The ground was beginning to ripple in places, like the earth was breathing too, shifting beneath the frost. I'd read about permafrost thawing and cracking in the news, but seeing it firsthand was something else. It made the landscape feel unstable, as if it could give way at any moment. After breakfast, I decided to check the rest of my food. The root cellar was my pride and joy, a small insulated pit dug into the side of the hill, lined with rough planks and sealed tight. I pulled open the trapdoor and climbed down, the cool, damp air hitting me like a slap. I ran my hand over the sacks of potatoes and carrots, the cool dirt beneath my fingers. But then I smelled it, a faint sourness, like spoiled milk mixed with earth. I pulled out a sack of carrots and squeezed gently. The skin wrinkled under my fingers, and I noticed a slimy sheen I hadn't seen before. That didn't make sense. I remembered packing those vegetables just last month, fresh and firm. The temperature down here was supposed to be steady, just above freezing, perfect for preservation. Yet something was wrong. I set the sack aside, my stomach twisting. Was I imagining things? I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay calm. Maybe the cellar wasn't as airtight as I thought. Maybe a crack in the soil had let warmer air seep in. The permafrost was shifting. Maybe it was just natural decay. Still, I made a mental note to check the cellar daily. Back in the cabin, I tried to distract myself with chores. The heater sputtered noisily, and I fiddled with the thermostat, annoyed by the intermittent buzzing. The wood stove was just a relic here. I hadn't used it in months. Electricity was unreliable in this part of the world, and sometimes the generator coughed and died for no clear reason. But today the power held out, giving me light enough to scan the shelves and sweep the floor. Later in the afternoon, I noticed something else. When I looked out the window, the snow was marked with faint tracks curling around the property. They were small, almost rabbit-like at first glance, but the pattern didn't add up. The paths looped unnaturally, overlapping in some places, as if whatever was making them was moving in circles or watching. I stepped outside to get a better look. The cold hit me like a wall, sharp and unforgiving. My breath came out in quick puffs, and the silence felt heavier beyond the cabin's walls, filled with distant sounds I couldn't identify. The tracks pressed into the snow, deeper than I thought. I crouched down, brushing snow away with my gloved hand. The prints were oddly shaped, with long toes and claw marks, but they didn't match anything I'd seen in the local field guides. I straightened and scanned the tree line. The birches stood like skeletons, pale against the gray sky, their branches creaking in the wind. I could have sworn I heard a faint rustle just beyond the tree line, a soft snapping of twigs. My skin prickled. I turned sharply, but nothing was there. I told myself it was probably a fox or a coyote, animals that had slowly crept north as the climate changed. Still, the idea didn't sit well. These tracks circled the cabin almost every day now, and yesterday they weren't there. I felt watched, but when I looked for eyes in the shadows, the only things staring back were broken branches and empty snow. That evening, I sat by the small kitchen table, the dim light flickering overhead. The food I'd pulled from the cellar sat uneven, the smell lingering in the air. I tried to focus on the journal I kept, filling pages with notes about the weather, the condition of the land, and the oddities I'd been noticing. Writing helped me think, kept my hands busy. I wrote about the tracks, about the swollen cans and spoiled vegetables. I wrote about the shifting ground and the distant sounds I couldn't explain. My hands trembled slightly as I wrote the last sentence, something isn't right here. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes and sending a chill through the room. The trees groaned, and I imagined the earth beneath them moving, grinding. I closed the journal and looked out into the night. The snow reflected the pale moonlight, and the tracks were still there, circling the cabin like a slow, deliberate dance. I stood up and peered into the darkness beyond the porch light's weak glow. For a moment, I thought I saw a shape move, just a shadow slipping between the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. I locked the door behind me and checked the windows. The cabin creaked softly, as if settling into some unseen rhythm. I sat back down, the unease settling deeper now. If the permafrost was shifting beneath my feet, what else was changing? And if something was circling outside, what did it want? Sleep didn't come easy that night. The wind whispered through the cracks in the walls, carrying with it a cold that felt sharper than frost. In the silence, every creak and snap sounded like a warning. I told myself to be patient, to wait for the morning light. But the tracks were still there, and something was watching. The night stretched on, slow and sharp, like the crack of ice under strain. I kept thinking about the permafrost shifting beneath my feet, the way the earth seemed to breathe and grind, restless like me. But the tracks weren't just natural. Too precise, too deliberate. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever left them was watching, waiting. Morning came with a dull gray light that seeped through the single-pane window. The wind had dropped, leaving an eerie stillness that pressed against the cabin like a weight. I woke stiff, muscles tight from a night of half-sleep and half-vigilance. The unease I tried to tuck away hadn't gone anywhere. It was still there, simmering just below the surface. I moved to the kitchen to check the food stores, hoping that at least something in this place would behave predictably. The cold pantry was a small room lined with wooden shelves, packed with canned beans, dried fish, and a few jars of preserves. I pulled open the door and froze. Something was wrong. The smell hit me first, a sour, almost chemical tang that didn't belong. I blinked and looked closer. Several jars of preserves, sealed tightly just days ago, had swollen lids and cloudy contents. The canned goods had bulges along their seams. Even the dried fish, stored in airtight bags, had a faint sheen that looked like moisture. Mold was starting to bloom in places it shouldn't. I swallowed hard. How was this possible? The temperature inside the pantry hadn't risen. The freezer was working fine. No power outages, no signs of animals getting in. It was as if the food was spoiling on its own. I grabbed my notebook from the table and started making notes, meticulous in the way I always did. Dates, times, conditions. I checked the thermometer hanging on the wall, still steady at -2 degrees. The cold was constant. Yet, the food rotted. I caught a faint sound behind me, a soft scraping at the back door. I turned, heart jumping. Nothing but the wind, or maybe the ghost of it. I told myself that. Repeated it like a mantra. Still, the tracks outside were growing. I'd counted 6 sets circling the cabin now. Not just animal prints. Human footprints too, partially obscured by snow but unmistakable in shape. Someone had been walking around my home in the night. I wondered who. Or what. I walked outside, boots crunching on the frozen ground. The air was crisp, biting at my cheeks. The tracks formed a rough oval, about 20 feet from the cabin's edge. They were spaced evenly, like patrols on a clock face. I knelt down, running my gloved fingers over the snow. The prints were fresh, no older than a few hours if the temperature held. My breath fogged in the cold as I looked for clues, broken twigs, scraps of cloth, anything. Near the edge of the tree line I spotted a scrap of fabric caught on a low branch. Dark green, like the jacket I'd worn when I arrived. I tugged at it gently. The fabric was rough, worn, and damp. I pocketed it, uneasy. Who else was out here? Was it someone local? A hunter? Or worse, someone who'd been watching me for longer than I realized? Back inside, I sat by the window, the scrap of fabric in my hand. I tried calling out, "Hello?" But the wind swallowed my voice. No answer. Just the quiet creaks of the cabin settling into the day. A plan started to form. I couldn't wait for the food to spoil or the tracks to multiply. I needed to know more. I'd start by mapping the tracks, marking each one's location and direction. Maybe patterns would emerge. Maybe something would make sense. I checked the journal again, the pages I had been scribbling in the night before. I wrote down my observations, careful not to jump to conclusions but also not to dismiss what I saw. I had to keep my head clear. Keep focused. Around midday, I heard a faint knock at the door. My heart nearly stopped. I wasn't expecting anyone. I moved slowly toward the door, the floor creaking beneath my boots. Another knock, softer this time. "Hello?" I called, voice steady though my hands trembled slightly. No answer. I opened the door cautiously. The porch was empty, the snow undisturbed except for the tracks I'd seen earlier. No footprints beyond the circle. No sign of anyone waiting. I stepped outside, the cold air sharp in my lungs. The silence was overwhelming. I scanned the tree line again. Nothing. No movement, no figures hiding. Back inside, I locked the door and checked the windows once more. The feeling of being watched was heavier now, like a weight pressing on my chest. It wasn't just the isolation anymore. It was something else. Something deliberate. I decided to call the ranger station. There was a radio in the cabin, old but functional. Maybe they could tell me if anyone had been in the area recently. Maybe someone could help. The radio crackled, static filling the room as I fiddled with the dials. I adjusted the frequency, calling out my location and situation. The voice that answered was distant, calm. They hadn't heard of any unusual activity nearby, just the usual reports of shifting ice and weather warnings. Still, the voice on the other end advised caution. Keep your doors locked. Don't wander off. And if you see anything strange, report it immediately. I thanked them and ended the transmission, the cold silence settling back in. Later that afternoon, I noticed the food issue had worsened. Even the sealed water bottles had a faint cloudiness. I opened one and tasted it, metallic, off. I swallowed quickly, the taste lingering unpleasantly. Something was contaminating my supplies, but how? The cold should have preserved everything. I checked the windows and doors again for drafts or cracks, but the cabin was tight. No signs of rodents or insects. No holes in the walls. I paced the floor, restless. The fabric scraps still lay on the table, a silent question I couldn't answer. I thought about calling for a visit, but the nearest town was hours away on rough roads. No cell service. No easy escape. The sun dipped low behind the hills, shadows stretching long and cold. I pulled my coat tighter around me and stepped outside once more, flashlight in hand. The tracks were still there, circling the cabin like a slow, relentless dance. I followed one set into the trees, careful not to break the fragile silence. The snow was soft beneath my boots, muffling my steps. The branches scraped overhead, the smell of pine sharp and clean. I reached a small clearing. There, half buried in the snow, was a small bundle, a worn, folded piece of paper tied with a string. My hand shook as I picked it up, brushing off the snow. The paper was a crude map, hand-drawn and faded. Safe? Wait for what? I looked around, the cold air biting at my face. The forest seemed to lean in closer, the shadows deeper. The tracks circled back toward the cabin, closing the loop. I realized then that this wasn't just about spoiled food or shifting earth. Someone was here. Someone who wanted me to see this message. Someone who knew I was watching. The wind picked up, carrying with it a low moan through the trees. I folded the map carefully and slipped it into my pocket. Back inside, I locked the door behind me and stared out at the darkening woods. The permafrost was still moving beneath us, but now I knew the ground wasn't the only thing shifting. Someone was out there, and they wanted me to know it. The cold had settled in, sharp and unyielding, as I sat cross-legged on the floor with the crude map unfolded in front of me. The flickering light of the oil lamp threw uneven shadows across the cabin walls, making the peeling plaster seem alive with movement. Outside, the wind whispered through the skeletal trees, carrying with it the faint scent of moss and something else, something damp and faintly metallic that I couldn't place. I traced the lines on the map with a trembling finger. It was a rough sketch, drawn in pencil on yellow paper. A few landmarks I recognized: the ridge to the north, the creek that ran half a mile east, the cabin at the center, circled with a shaky loop. But there was a mark I hadn't seen before, a small X near the edge of the tree line, not far from where I'd found the scrap of fabric the other night. I looked up, heart hammering. The idea of someone else out there, someone watching, waiting, felt suddenly too real. The map wasn't just a curiosity, it was a warning. I leaned back against the wall, the rough plaster cool against my skin, and stared at the ceiling. The silence pressed down, heavier now. No birds, no rustling. Only the occasional creak of the cabin settling into the permafrost beneath it. The ground was moving, shifting, and I wondered if I was too. I had to admit it. I was trapped. The food was spoiling faster than it should, meat going rancid despite the cold, vegetables wilting, the canned goods bulging with trap gases. I checked the shelves again this morning. The smell was awful, a sour, rotten tang that made my stomach twist. I questioned everything. The freezer had been working fine, the temperature steady. No power surges, no strange noises. Yet the food rotted as if something had tampered with it. Something or someone. Last night, I heard the tracks again. Heavy, deliberate. They circled the cabin, sometimes close enough to scrape against the porch. I caught faint impressions, boots, perhaps. Not animal paws. Too large, too deep, and the pattern was too irregular. Someone had been pacing, waiting. I thought about calling for help. The radio was useless, the hills swallowed every signal. The roads were impassable after the last thaw, and the nearest neighbor was hours away. No one would come. I was alone. But the map changed things. It meant someone knew I was here. Someone who had been watching me long before I noticed. I stuffed the paper into my jacket pocket and stood, pacing. The cabin felt smaller, the walls closing in. I tried to shake the cold out of my bones, but it was more than temperature. It was dread. I decided to check the perimeter again, but this time at first light. Morning came slow, gray and heavy with low clouds. The air smelled damp. I wrapped myself in every layer I had and stepped outside, boots crunching in the frozen crust of snow. The tracks were there, unmistakable. They circled the cabin twice, then led off into the woods toward the X on the map. I followed, heart in my throat. The trees thinned, revealing a slope scarred by erosion. The ground was soft here, the permafrost melting beneath the sun's weak warmth. I noticed a series of small holes, dug recently, maybe by animals or something else. A jolt of panic shot through me. What if the food wasn't just spoiled by chance? What if these holes were traps or signs? I knelt, brushing snow aside, and found footprints. Human. Muddy, fresh enough to be from last night. I looked around, ears straining. Nothing but the distant drip of water from melting ice. No voices. No footsteps approaching. I forced myself to keep moving, following the trail marked on the map. It led to a cluster of rocks half hidden by brush, and there, tucked under a jagged boulder, was a small box. Weathered wood, bound with rusted wire. Hands trembling, I pried it open. Inside were scraps of fabric, frayed, dirty, and a notebook. The pages were waterlogged and stained, but I managed to read the first entry. I've been here 2 weeks. The man in the cabin thinks he's alone. I watch, wait. He doesn't know what's out here. The permafrost is dying, the ground shifts beneath us all. He can't leave. Not yet. I dropped the notebook. The words echoed in my mind, sinister and clear. Someone else was out here, watching me, writing about me. The threat wasn't just the environment, it was human. Calculated. Patient. I stumbled back toward the cabin, the cold biting deeper. The thought that I wasn't just isolated but hunted, watched from the shadows, twisted my stomach into knots. The map. The tracks. The rotten food. It all connected. I reached the porch and paused, breath visible in the thin air. The fabric scrap was gone from the table inside. Not moved. Gone. I locked the door behind me, heart pounding. There'd been no knock, no sign of forced entry. Whoever was here last night had slipped in and out without a sound. I sank onto the floor, the cold seeping through my clothes. The cabin felt less like a refuge now and more like a cage. There was no turning back. No escape. I was caught in something bigger than me, something patient and watching. And the permafrost wasn't the only thing shifting beneath my feet. Outside, the wind rose, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible sound like soft footsteps circling, waiting. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper of movement beyond the window. I didn't dare look. The wind had climbed higher, a low howl threading through the skeletal branches outside. My breath fogged the pain, and I wiped it away with the back of my hand. The fabric scrap, the pale blue, frayed piece I'd found on the porch, was gone. I checked twice. No trace. Whoever had taken it was close enough to slip inside without me hearing a thing. The realization settled like ice in my veins. I sank to the floor, back against the door. The cabin's stale warmth barely touched the chill crawling up my spine. I tried to breathe slow, steady, but my lungs betrayed me, shallow and tight. I told myself to focus, to think, but the silence pressed in, heavier than any noise. The kind of silence that waits, patient and cruel. I wasn't safe. I had paused on the porch earlier, staring at the tracks circling the cabin. Animal prints, sure. But something was off. They didn't belong to any creature I knew. Too many toes, some prints smeared like someone had tried to cover their steps. And the spacing uneven, like the walker was limping or dragging a foot. I thought of the old trapper stories about men who vanished out here, swallowed by the land or something worse, but I pushed the stories away. They were just stories. Was I still telling myself that? The food in the cabin spoiled faster than it should. Yesterday, the canned beans, sealed airtight, were bloated, the smell sour and sharp. I threw them out before I could gag. Then the frozen meat, which should have been solid, was limp and wet, the smell faint but unmistakably wrong. I checked the freezer's temperature twice. It was steady, below zero. No explanation. Maybe a power surge or a failing unit. But I've been here long enough to know the old fridge's quirks. Or maybe someone had tampered with it. I ran my fingers through my hair, tugging lightly, then stopped. The cabin creaked, with settling or shifting with the cold. I could almost pretend it was just that, if not for the footsteps I'd heard earlier. Quiet. Deliberate. Circling. Later, I found myself tracing the tracks again, torch in hand, circling the cabin's perimeter. The snow was hard-packed from wind, but the prints were fresh, less than an hour old. They led around the back, toward the thinning tree line, then simply vanished. Like the walker melted into the shadows. I wanted to call someone. Anyone. But the satellite phone was dead. No signal. The only connection to the outside world was a distant radio crackle I barely caught during a storm 2 nights ago. I realized then how utterly alone I was. Not just in the wilderness, but in this mounting threat. I wondered if I was losing my mind. The next hours stretched thin and sharp. I paced the cabin, eyes flicking to every window and door. The walls seemed to close in, each shadow a potential hiding place. I checked the locks again, old, rusty latches that offered little comfort, and sat on the floor, knees drawn up, clutching the fabric scrap I'd found earlier. It smelled faintly of smoke and earth, like a campfire miles away and a wet forest floor after rain. Strange, but oddly grounding. Why are you here? I whispered to the empty room. What do you want? The silence answered only with the creak of the settling cabin. I forced myself to eat something, dry crackers and a little canned fruit. The taste was bland, but I needed the energy. My hands trembled so badly I spilled half the juice. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and caught my reflection in the window. Pale, eyes wide, hair tangled. Not the image of someone ready to survive a siege. I hated myself for the weakness. Hours passed like that. I tried to focus on practical things, checking the generator's fuel, sealing cracks against the cold. I even rearranged some furniture to block the door better. It felt ridiculous, but I had to do something. The cabin had become a cage, but it was the only shelter I had. Then came the sound. A soft scraping at the window. Slow, deliberate. I froze, every nerve screaming. My breath caught in my throat. The noise stopped. Then, a faint tapping, like fingers drumming on wood. Maybe a branch? No! Too rhythmic, too precise. I edged toward the window, heart hammering, every step heavy and silent. The darkness outside shifted. I strained to see, willing my eyes to adjust. Nothing. No shadow, no movement. Just the darkness, deep and unyielding. I blinked. The tapping came again. Closer this time, almost a whisper. I stepped back, nearly tripping over a chair. My fingers found the light switch, and I flipped it on. The cabin was flooded with weak yellow light. I scanned the window. Still nothing. Shaking, I opened the curtain a crack. 2 eyes blinked back. Wide. Unblinking. Mirrored in the glass. I stumbled back, heart lodged in my throat. The eyes vanished, swallowed by the night. I slammed the curtain shut and locked it. I had to see if anyone was out there. If this was a person or something else. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a wall. My breath hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, white and ragged. The snow crunched underfoot, louder than I wanted. I swept the beam around the yard. Nothing. No movement. No footprints besides my own. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling. Someone was close. Watching. Waiting to step out from the shadows. The tracks from earlier circled again, but now I noticed something new, impressions in the snow where someone had knelt. Small, deliberate indentations, like someone had been examining the ground carefully, maybe even planting something. My mind raced. What could it mean? I turned back toward the cabin, the beam slicing through the darkness. Then I saw it. A shape slumped low against a far tree. Motionless. I froze. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. The figure shifted, just a fraction. I swallowed hard. Hello? My voice cracked. No answer. I took a cautious step forward. The figure remained still. Closer now, I could see the outline of a man, ragged clothes blending into the shadows. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but the bulk of his shoulders suggested he was watching me just as intently. I swallowed again. Are you lost? Silence. The man shifted slightly, then rose slowly. He didn't approach or retreat. Just stood there, like a statue carved from the night. My chest tightened. I wanted to bolt, but something, curiosity, fear, desperation, kept me rooted. Finally, he spoke, voice low and rough. You shouldn't be here. That simple sentence hit harder than any shout. The man wasn't just a threat in the dark. He was a warning. I backed away slowly, not breaking a contact. Neither should you. The wind had shifted overnight, carrying with it a bitter edge that bit through the cracked window panes like a warning. I woke to the faint creak of the cabin settling, or maybe something else. The kind of subtle sound you only notice when you're alone long enough to hear the bones of a place groan beneath the weight of silence. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and caught the smell right away. Rotten. Sharp and sour, like something had turned in the cold storage again. At first, I thought it was just the usual Permafrost's unpredictability messing with the temperature inside the old fridge. But that was the problem. It wasn't just the fridge. The pantry too. The sealed bags of dried beans, the canned goods. All of it compromised. The label on the tomato sauce was swollen and leaking a dark stain. The rice was damp, clumped together, and smelled faintly of mildew. I crouched down, pulling open the cupboard, and there they were, the same tracks again. This time closer, pressed into the frozen earth just outside the threshold. I traced them with a trembling finger, a set of prints too big for a dog, too deliberate for a wild animal. Human. No doubt about it. The realization settled like ice in my stomach. I wasn't alone, not really. Something or someone had been here. I wanted to scream, to call out into the empty miles of tundra and broken ground. But my voice caught in my throat, swallowed by the howling wind outside. I brought my hands to my face and wiped the sleep from my eyes again. The cabin creaked in response, the walls shifting with the shifting earth beneath. The permafrost was giving way, like everything else. But this time, it wasn't just the land that was unstable. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside, boots crunching on the frozen dirt. The tracks circled the cabin like a slow, careful orbit, not quite touching the steps but close enough to be deliberate. I followed them, the cold biting at my cheeks, the wind pulling at my hair. The sky was a dull gray, the sun a pale eye watching dispassionately. I stopped near the edge of the clearing and looked out into the thinning forest where the trees leaned at odd angles, their roots exposed by the melting ground. There was nothing there. No movement, no sound besides the wind. But I felt eyes. I turned sharply, nothing. Just the skeletal trees and the shifting dirt. I went back inside, locking the door behind me with a deliberate click that sounded louder than it should. I checked the windows, securing every latch, even the small ones near the ceiling. The cabin felt suddenly too fragile, a thin barrier between me and the unknown. I sat down at the table, hands still shaking. I poured a cup of instant coffee, the bitter steam filling the stale air. I stared at the tracks again, the pattern, the way they circled but never approached the door. It was a game, a silent message. Or a warning. I wondered how long they'd been watching me. Days? Weeks? Maybe since I'd first noticed the food spoiling. Maybe the tracks had been there all along, hidden by the snow and ice. I thought back to the last time I'd gone into town for supplies. The gas station attendant's smile had been off, his eyes too sharp for someone who dealt with people like me, outsiders, loners. The way he'd watched me, like he was measuring me up. I told myself it was paranoia. I told myself I was just tired. But now I wasn't so sure. The food hadn't spoiled by accident. Someone had tampered with it. Someone who knew I was vulnerable. I sat there, the cup half forgotten in my hand, and I realized what I hadn't admitted out loud yet. I was being stalked. The idea twisted in my gut, cold and unwelcome. Not by animals. Not by the earth itself. But by a person. A person who knew this place as well as I did. Maybe better. I thought about the old radio I had stashed in the corner. It was supposed to be a lifeline. An emergency contact in case things ever got bad. But I'd never bothered to check if it worked. Now I pulled it toward me, fiddling with the knobs until a crackle of static hissed through the speaker. No voices. No help. Just the wind. I leaned my head back against the wall and closed my eyes. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. I had to decide. Stay and face this unknown threat or leave. But leave where? The nearest town was hours away on a road that melted into mud half the year. The phone lines didn't work beyond the first hill. It was isolation, pure and absolute. I thought about the tracks again. About the spoiling food. About the quiet nights when I thought I heard footsteps crunching outside. I thought about fear. About how it had crept into my bones, freezing everything except the need to survive. Morning came slow, gray and unyielding. I forced myself to get up, to move, to think. I went through the cabin, checking every corner, every shelf, every window. I found nothing, no sign of forced entry, no footprints inside. Whoever was out there was careful. Patient. I realized then that this wasn't about violence. Not yet. It was about control. About breaking me down until I was too tired to fight. And I wouldn't let that happen. I started to gather what food I had left, mostly dried goods, sealed tightly in plastic bags I'd packed myself. I double-checked the locks, pinned a few heavy furniture pieces in front of the door and windows. Not to keep someone up physically, because that would be naive, but to give me time. Time to think, to breathe, to prepare. There was a rhythm to the waiting, a terrible pulse that kept me alert. Every creak, every shadow made me flinch. My skin was raw from the cold and anxiety. Then, just as dusk was bleeding into night, I heard it, a voice. Soft, distant, but unmistakably human. Hello? I froze, heart pounding. The voice was cautious, hesitant, maybe even scared. Is someone there? I stayed silent, watching the window. The voice came again, a little louder. I'm not going to hurt you. I wanted to shout back, to demand who they were, what they wanted. Instead, I whispered, "Who is this?" A figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the failing light. No tool, no threatening gestures. Just a man, bundled against the cold, hands raised slightly in a gesture of peace. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to scare you. I've been watching, waiting. I thought you might be in trouble." I blinked. The tension in my chest didn't ease, but curiosity flickered. "Why didn't you come sooner?" I asked. He hesitated. "I didn't know how you'd react. This place. It's dangerous. People disappear out here." Story 6, Haunted Hall, Cargo Between Dimensions. I remember the highway that night like a line scratched on an old vinyl record, rough, uneven, and playing back with a faint, unsettling hiss. My rig rolled steady, tires humming against the blacktop, a constant thrum I found comforting after years on the road. The air inside the cab was stale but familiar, hints of last night's coffee clinging to the fabric of the curtains, the faint leather scent of the steering wheel worn down by countless hands. I cracked my window for a breath of fresh air, the night's chill slipping in like a quiet guest. Somewhere distant, a dog barked twice, sharp and lonely. The smell of damp asphalt and pine trees drifted in, mixing with a faint, sour tang of something I couldn't place. I glanced at the dashboard clock. 2:17 a.m. The kind of hour when the world shrinks down to nothing but the road and your thoughts, and the silence becomes thick enough to choke on. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the creeping fatigue. Long-haul trucking had a way of warping your sense of time, days melting into nights, hours folding over themselves until you weren't sure if you'd been driving for 2 or 12. Maybe it was the cargo. The shipment this time was unusual. Not for what it was, just machinery parts, or so the manifest said, but for the way it seemed to settle into the truck bed, like it was breathing quietly under the tarp. I know that sounds strange. I mean, it's just stuff stacked on a trailer. Still, I caught myself staring at it more than once, as if it were watching me back. I pulled off at a rest stop just outside Wichita, the fluorescent lights flickering lazily above the cracked concrete. The place smelled faintly of gasoline and fried food, the greasy scent mixing with the cold night air. I stepped outside, the chill sinking into my bones, and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled upward in lazy spirals, disappearing into the dark. A man was sitting on a bench nearby, hunched over, his breath forming clouds in the cold. He looked up as I approached, eyes too sharp for this time of night. I nodded, but he didn't respond. Instead, he pulled his jacket tighter around himself and muttered something I couldn't quite catch. I thought about asking him to repeat it, but decided against it. Sometimes, you don't want to know what strangers say when the world is this quiet. Back in the cab, I settled into the driver's seat, the familiar creak of worn leather under me. The radio was dead, static today, and the dashboard light cast a pale glow on my hands. I checked the shipment manifest again. Everything matched up, but a tiny note scribbled in the corner caught my eye. Handle with care. Fragile. I laughed softly. Fragile? For those metal boxes? Maybe the dispatcher was messing with me. Still, the idea stuck. Fragile. Like the whole world was balanced on a thin wire, ready to snap. As I pulled back onto the highway, a sudden movement caught my eye in the side mirror. A figure standing at the edge of the rest stop, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Probably just a trick of the light, or maybe my tired mind playing games. The road stretched ahead, empty, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I tapped the steering wheel, trying to focus on the steady rhythm of the tires. I told myself to shake it off. I had a schedule to keep. Still, as I drove deeper into the night, the edges of reality felt a little softer, a little less certain. The cargo behind me shifted ever so slightly, though the tarp was tied down tight. The hum of the engine seemed to warp, stretching or compressing in a way that didn't match the speedometer. I reached for my coffee cup, but my hand hesitated. The cup was empty. I was sure I'd filled it just before the stop. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. I pulled over at the next turnout, the engine idling low. The sky was clear, stars scattered like pinpricks of cold light. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air tasted different here, clean, but with a faint metallic edge. I walked around the truck, checking the cargo straps again. Everything was tight, no sign of movement. But the silence was too thick, pressing in on me from all sides. Even the night seemed to hold its breath. Then I heard it, a faint tapping, rhythmic and slow, coming from the trailer. I froze, listening. My skin prickled. I knocked on the metal side. Nothing. The tapping stopped. I laughed nervously. "Get a grip, Tom," I whispered to myself. "It's just the wind." But the wind was still. I climbed back into the cab, the door shutting with a solid thunk. The tachometer needle hovered steady. I pulled back onto the highway, eyes darting to the rearview mirror. For a moment, the shape of a face seemed to flicker behind the tarp, pale and indistinct. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was nothing. Just the tricks tired eyes play. But deep down, I started to wonder if the nightmares I was hauling were inside those crates, or if they were already inside my own mind. The road stretched ahead, empty and unforgiving. The hum of the engine filled the silence, but beneath it, an uneasy pulse quickened in my chest. Every shadow seemed to breathe, every whisper of wind a warning. The night didn't get any easier. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, cutting through the silence. It made me jump. The sound was so out of place that it unraveled something inside me, a loose thread I wasn't ready to pull. The road ahead blurred slightly, or maybe it was my eyes. I blinked several times, rubbed them, but the uneasy feeling stuck, gnawing. I pulled off at the next rest stop, the sign flickering in the dark, "Welcome to Junction 54. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a couple of rigs parked haphazardly, their drivers invisible behind dark windows. I shut off the engine and sat there, breathing in the cold night air, smelling faintly of diesel and pine from the surrounding woods. It was a smell I'd known all my life, but tonight it felt different, like it was masking something else, something rotten. I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The one time I might want to call someone, anyone, it was useless. I tapped out a quick text to my wife, but it didn't send. That, too, was unsettling. I stared at the screen, the glow casting a pale light on my face. The silence inside the cab was absolute, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator unit on the trailer, a low, persistent vibration that felt almost deliberate. I tried to shake the feeling. "Get a grip," I muttered. "You're just tired." But the tapping from before echoed in my memory, slow and deliberate, like a message I couldn't quite understand. I stepped out, the cold air hitting me like a slap. The ground beneath my boots was gravelly, crunching with every step. I circled the trailer, running my hand along the tarp. It was dry, taut, nothing out of place. No scratches, no dents. But the metal siding felt colder than it should, like biting into an ice cube left too long in the freezer. Then I noticed faint smudges on the metal, almost invisible unless you caught the right light. Fingerprints? Or something else? I knelt, squinting, brushing my fingers over them. The metal was rough, pitted in places, but the smudges felt fresh. I couldn't tell what they were made of. Dirt? Oil? I wiped at one with my sleeve, but it only smeared darker now. I stood up quickly, heart thudding. Why would anyone be touching the trailer? I was miles from any rest stop or town, no real reason for anyone to sneak around here. A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced myself to keep moving. Back inside, I pulled out the paperwork for the shipment again. The manifest was sparse, just a few codes and generic descriptions. Assorted machinery parts, it said. Nothing about what was actually inside. That was pretty normal. Companies didn't like to advertise their cargo too loudly. Still, something felt off. I'd done this route a dozen times before, and nothing had ever felt this wrong. I flipped through the pages, eyes catching on a small note scrawled in the margins. It wasn't mine. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. Check the seals. Not everything is accounted for. I frowned. Who'd written that? It wasn't signed. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for a signal. Nothing. Great, I muttered. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. I nearly dropped it. The screen lit up with a single message, "Do not open." You don't know what's inside. No number. No name. Just that. I sat back, the words swimming before my eyes. Was this a joke? A prank? Someone trying to mess with me? I wanted to laugh, but my throat tightened. The air in the cab felt colder now, tighter, like it was squeezing me. I stared out at the dark horizon. Somewhere out there, someone was watching. Or maybe they were closer than I thought. The idea crawled under my skin and stayed there. I tried calling dispatch, but the line was dead. No luck with the CB either. Static. Dead air. The usual chatter from other truckers was absent, like the whole network had gone silent just for me. I leaned back, rubbing my temples. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the late nights, the long hauls, the endless highway were getting to me. But then, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window. Eyes wide, pale. Not tired. Not just tired at all. I tried to focus on something else. The hum of the refrigerator. The distant barking. The rough texture of the steering wheel beneath my hands. Anything to ground me. That's when my phone buzzed again. Another message. No sender. Remember the last stop. Look for the man with no eyes. I blinked, my breath catching. The last stop. The one where I picked up this shipment. The small warehouse on the edge of town. The one with the flickering neon sign that buzzed like it was about to die. The man with no eyes. I swallowed hard. I didn't remember seeing anyone like that. But then again, my memory was fuzzy, fragmented. Like someone had erased parts of it. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside again. The night was colder now, the sky darker, heavier with clouds that hid the moon. The distant trees swayed, casting long shadows that twisted and shifted in the wind. The silence pressed in around me, thick and suffocating. I walked to the edge of the parking lot, eyes scanning the darkness. The shapes of other trucks loomed, ghostly and still. I tried to shake off the dread, but it clung tight, a second skin. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I was hauling nightmares. That the cargo might be cursed. Or that I was losing my mind. No, I needed to figure this out myself. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam cutting a narrow path through the black. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the highway, toward the last town. Toward answers. But somewhere behind me, the trailer's metal siding creaked softly. Like it was breathing. I stopped. Listened. Nothing. Then the tapping started again, slow, rhythmic. Right behind me. I turned. Empty. Just the night. Just the road. Just me. Or was it? The tapping stopped the moment I turned around. I took a slow breath, the chill air sharpened my lungs, and tried to convince myself I wasn't losing it. The trailer behind me loomed like a hulking beast, its metal siding dull and silent now, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was watching me. Breathing, maybe. I'd never heard a trailer creak like that before, not like it was alive. I glanced at my watch. 2:30 in the morning. Perfect time for the world to feel off kilter. I knew I had to keep moving. There was no turning back, not now. The shipment wasn't just cargo, it was a puzzle I was trapped inside, and every mile I drove seemed to warp my grip on reality a little more. The lines between the nightmare outside and the one in my head were thinning. I could almost taste the metal tang of it in the air, like rust and sweat mixed with something I couldn't name. I headed for the highway, flashlight tucked into my jacket pocket. The road stretched out ahead, a ribbon of dull silver cutting through black trees that swayed like ghosts. There was no traffic, no sound beyond the wind picking up. The smell of pine and wet earth was strong, but beneath it something else lurked, a faint chemical sharpness, like bleach or fresh paint. It made my throat itch. I tried to focus on the practical. The shipment logs, the routing instructions, the strange notes from dispatch. None of it made sense. The packages were labeled with codes I couldn't decipher, addresses that shifted every time I checked, and the GPS kept glitching. Last time, it took me miles out of the way, to a place that wasn't on any map. The place in the woods. That's where the nightmares started. I slowed down, staring at the trees. Something had changed. The shadows here weren't just long, they were twisted, like they had edges that didn't belong. I blinked hard, shaking my head. Was it the lack of sleep? No, this wasn't just exhaustion anymore. Something else was creeping in. I pulled out the shipment manifest again. The entries were scribbled, the ink smudged in places. One name caught my eye, Haven Industries. I'd never heard of it. I made a mental note to look it up when I got some signal, but deep down I doubted I'd find much. The company didn't seem to exist anywhere official. I walked back toward the truck, the gravel crunching underfoot. The tapping started again, this time from the trailer's side. I froze, heart hammering. My breath came out ragged. The sound was slow, consistent, almost like a heartbeat. I pressed my ear against the cold metal. Nothing obvious inside. No movement. No cargo shifting. Just that tap tap tap, like Morse code. Hello? I called softly, voice cracking in the still night. No response. Only the wind. My hands trembled despite the cold. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to run. I couldn't run. Not yet. I had to know what was inside. The night had a smell now, something sharp, metallic, and faintly sweet. It reminded me of hospitals, antiseptic, and sickness. I glanced around. No signs of anyone nearby, no lights, no sounds beyond the rustling trees and distant barking dogs. The world felt empty. Waiting. I climbed back into the cab, slamming the door shut behind me. The interior was stale, smelling faintly of old coffee and diesel fumes. I pulled the door lock and sat motionless for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. The dashboard clock blinked, then froze. I stared at it, confused, and the numbers jerked forward a few seconds, then back again. The radio hissed to life, crackling with static. I spun the dial, searching for a station, but all I got were snippets of voices, distorted and overlapping. One phrase cut through, "Don't trust the shipment." My hands clenched the steering wheel. I knew that voice. Or thought I did. No, I didn't. Maybe it was just the radio warping words, but it sounded like someone warning me. I shook my head, trying to break the spell. Then the GPS blinked back on, but the map was wrong. Roads curved where they shouldn't, landmarks shifted like a bad dream. A place I'd passed hours ago showed up ahead, as if the road looped back on itself. That was impossible. I pulled over, heart racing. The engine hummed low, the only sound besides the distant tapping from the trailer. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. No bars at all. I leaned back in the seat, closing my eyes for just a second. The memories came flooding into the strange men in the warehouse, their faces half hidden under dangling lights. The way they'd handled the crates, careful and deliberate, like they were afraid of what was inside. The whispered warnings from dispatch that gnawed at the back of my mind. I rubbed my face, trying to clear the fog. That's when I realized something worse. The shipment wasn't just warping time and memory. It was changing the world around me. The roads, the maps, the people. Nothing was reliable anymore. I was trapped in a loop with no clear way out. I thought about turning back, going to the cops, telling someone everything. But the thought felt hollow. If I reported this, would anyone believe me? Would they even find the trailer? What if the shipment was already inside me, poisoning my mind? I looked out the windshield. The forest pressed close, the shadows thickening. The tapping had stopped again, replaced by a low hum, almost imperceptible. I strained to hear it, but it hovered on the edge of silence. A flicker of headlights appeared in the distance, cutting through the darkness. Relief surged through me. Maybe a passerby. Maybe help. But as the vehicle came closer, I caught the shape inside. No driver. Just an empty cab, moving steadily toward me. I blinked, heart pounding so hard it felt like the whole truck would shake apart. The headlights neared. The empty truck slowed, then stopped a few yards away. The engine was silent. I grabbed the door handle, ready to bolt. Then a voice came through the silence, low and calm. "You shouldn't be here." It was familiar. Too familiar. I swallowed hard, the cold creeping into my bones. There was no turning back now. Whatever this was, it had found me. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what came next. The voice hung in the air, thick and low, like smoke drifting in a still room. "You shouldn't be here," the voice repeated, softer this time. Familiar, but wrong. Like hearing your own name whispered from far too close behind, but when you turn, no one's there. I forced myself to look in the direction of the truck's cab, eyes narrowing through the dark. The headlights glared into me, bright enough to blind, but the inside was empty like before. No driver. No sign of life. Just a shell, parked and waiting. I swallowed. Dry. My mouth tasted like old pennies. The weight in my chest tightened, but I refused to back down. This wasn't the time or place for hesitation. Not now. What do you want? I finally said, voice rough. My own words sounded alien, like I was hearing someone else speak. Silence. Then, the hum shifted, grew louder, colder. I felt it in my throat, an itch that made me want to cough but wouldn't let me. Something about the night air changed, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Then the truck door opened with a slow, creaking scrape. I blinked hard, and the shadows inside seemed to move, folding in on themselves. A figure stepped out, tall, lean, dressed in dark clothes that absorbed the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows instead of reflecting it. The face was hidden, blurred, like a bad photo. I wanted to run. My feet felt glued to the asphalt, heart hammering so loud it drowned out the hum. The figure didn't approach. Just stood there, waiting. Watching. Who? Are you? I managed. No answer. Just the sound of the night leaves rustling, a distant owl's cry, the low hum now a steady pulse that matched the beat in my chest. I forced my legs to move, stepping back toward the cab. The door slammed shut behind me. The truck jolted just a little, like it was alive, breathing. I grabbed the steering wheel, fingers trembling. The dashboard lights flickered, casting strange shadows across the cab. Then the radio crackled to life. Static first, then a voice. My voice. Saying things I didn't remember saying. Don't trust it, the voice warned, urgent and desperate. I yanked the dial, but the voice kept repeating, growing louder, more frantic. It wasn't coming from the radio, it was inside my head. I pressed my palms to my temples, trying to shut it out. The line between reality and something else was slipping. I didn't know where I ended and whatever this was began. Outside, the figure was gone. The empty truck vanished too, as if it had never been there. The forest closed in again, silent except for the hum, relentless and cold. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the mind. Sleep deprivation. The endless miles. The cursed shipments warping my sense of time and memory. But the voice inside my head, my voice, told me otherwise. I wasn't alone. Not really. And whatever had found me wasn't finished yet. The hum deepened, almost imperceptibly at first, then swelling like a tide beneath my skin. It wasn't mechanical or natural, it was something else, something alive and patient. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it didn't mute. It grew louder, filling every crevice of my mind, crawling into my thoughts, pulling at the edges of my sanity. I tried to move, to shake the sensation off, but my legs were rooted in place. My breath came in sharp, ragged bursts, visible in the cold air. The forest around me seemed to pulse in rhythm with the hum, the trees subtly bending, their bark rippling like skin. Shadows stretched and recoiled, as if the night itself was breathing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a flicker. A shape. It moved with a fluid grace, slipping between the trunks, too fast to catch fully. I turned abruptly, heart hammering, but the forest was empty save for the swaying branches and the relentless hum. I swallowed hard. What do you want? I whispered, though the words felt absurd in the face of the silence. No answer came, only a shift in the atmosphere. The air grew heavier, charged. I could almost taste the electricity, metallic and sharp. The ground beneath my boots felt less solid, a subtle vibration thrumming through the soil. Suddenly, the voice in my head returned, not words, but images. Flickering, fragmented, like a broken film reel. Faces flashed, a woman with eyes like burning coals, a child clutching a doll twisted in shadows, a city crumbling beneath a blackened sky. Then a symbol, glowing faintly, a spiral etched in bone-white light. I staggered, overwhelmed. These weren't memories of mine, at least not consciously. But they felt intimate, tied to me by invisible threads. Who are you? I demanded aloud, desperate for some anchor. The hum shifted again, now a chorus of whispers, unintelligible but urgent. My vision blurred, then sharpened as the forest transformed. The trees became towering monoliths, etched with runes that pulsed with the same bone-like light from the vision. The ground cracked open, revealing beneath it a cavernous void filled with swirling mist. A figure emerged, not human, but something ancient and terrible. Its skin was translucent, veins glowing with the same spiral symbol. Its eyes met mine, vast pools of infinite depth. A voice echoed, not in my ears but inside my chest, resonating with every beat. You bear the mark, it said, voice both thunder and whisper. Bound by the spiral, tethered to the abyss. Your journey is entwined with the fate of what lies beneath. I wanted to run, to scream, to deny it all, but the knowledge settled in me like a stone in a river, inescapable and cold. What does it want from me? I asked, voice cracking. To awaken. To remember. To choose. The cavernous void behind the figure pulsed, and I felt a pull, a summons to step forward, to cross the threshold between the world I knew and the one beneath. I took a breath, the hum now a heartbeat syncing with my own. I didn't know if I was ready, but the spiral was calling, and I had no choice but to follow. The void didn't swallow me whole. I leaned against the rough plaster wall, fingers tracing the chipped paint. My hands trembled enough that I had to grip the edge of the crate beside me. A low, distant sound like a dog barking or maybe a car door slamming echoed outside, grounding me just enough. You bear the mark. The words looped in my mind, heavy and strange, like they had been waiting in the shadows all along. I didn't know what the figure meant by awaken or remember. The spiral, that symbol I'd seen on every shipment manifest, every sealed crate, suddenly made sense and didn't at all. It was a key and a lock, a warning and a curse. I had been hauling these things for months, maybe years, and only now did I understand the cost. Not the cargo itself, but what it did to me. To my mind. The warehouse manager, a wiry man named Kane who always smelled faintly of bleach and despair, appeared at the doorway. You okay, Jack? His voice was low, cautious. I blinked, trying to settle the storm inside my head. Yeah, I said, but my voice cracked. Just got a bit turned around. Kane's eyes narrowed for a second, then softened. These loads mess with you, huh? I've seen it before. You're not the first. He glanced over his shoulder, like expecting someone else to be listening. Seen what? I asked, swallowing hard. Time slips. Memory gaps. That kind of thing. They say it's the cargo, but maybe it's more. Maybe it's the way we carry it. He shook his head, as if trying to shake off a bad thought. Look, don't go wandering off in your head too far. You're needed at the dock tomorrow. Early. I nodded, but that night, sleep was a stranger. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were jagged shards of places I'd never been, voices half remembered, smells that didn't belong anywhere near me, burnt plastic, wet earth, something metallic and sweet. Morning came slow, gray and heavy like a wet blanket. The truck felt different as I climbed in, the steering wheel cold against my palms. The cab smelled faintly of pine air freshener and stale coffee. I tried to focus on the road, but the lines on the highway seemed to ripple, like oil on water. The radio crackled with static, then a voice, familiar, but not quite right, cut through. Jack, you have to remember. I reached to turn it off. No signal. Just silence. The shipments, the spiral, the figure in the void, they weren't going away. If anything, they felt tighter, more urgent, like a noose slowly pulling closed. I pulled over at a rest stop, the gravel crunching beneath my boots as I stepped outside. The cold air bit at my face, sharp and real. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe steady, but the moment stretched thin, fragile. A woman was sitting on a bench nearby, her eyes fixed on the ground. She looked up as I approached, startled. Her face was familiar in a way I couldn't place, like a half-forgotten memory hanging on the edge of consciousness. "Can I sit?" I asked, voice rough. She nodded, and we sat in silence for a while, the sky a dull canvas above us. "I know what you're going through," she said finally. "The confusion, the fear." Her voice was soft, tearful. "You're not alone." I wanted to ask how she knew, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I just nodded. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folded piece of paper, worn at the edges. "This helped me. Maybe it'll help you too." I unfolded it. The spiral symbol, hand-drawn, but precise, almost like a map or a warning. "Where did you get this?" I asked. "From someone who used to all like us. Someone who saw too much." Her eyes held a weight I recognized. The kind of knowledge you don't forget, even when you try. I folded the paper carefully and tucked it into my jacket pocket. "Thank you." She smiled faintly and stood, disappearing into the gray morning like a ghost. Back in the cab, the truck felt heavier. The road stretched ahead, endless and uncertain. But for the first time in a long time, I felt a thread of clarity. The nightmares weren't just inside the cargo. They were inside me, too. The line between what I delivered and what I carried was thinner than I imagined. That realization was both frightening and freeing. I thought about the figure in the void, the voice inside my chest. To choose. What choice did I have? I could keep running, keep driving, pretending none of it was real. Or I could face it. Find out what the spiral meant, why it tethered me to this strange, shifting world. I started the engine, the hum filling the cab like a heartbeat syncing with my own. The highway rolled beneath the tires, the horizon blurring and then sharpening. I wasn't sure where the road would take me or what I'd find when I got there. But I knew I had to keep moving. Because some journeys don't end with a destination. They end with a reckoning. And maybe, just maybe, that reckoning was mine to face. The sky darkened as clouds gathered, shadows stretching long across the asphalt. Somewhere ahead, the spiral called to me again, a silent whisper in the wind, pulling me deeper into the unknown. Each mile blurred past, the world around me folding and unfolding like pages from a forgotten story.